Chapter 3596. The realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms. However, most of the Devata realms were remote and barren. Although there were barren lands in the realms of gods, the proportion of them was very small. For example, Duan Lingtian was currently in a barren land in the eastern polar region of the mystic gangland. This area was also known as the Eastern Ridge. The Eastern Ridge referred to a mountain ridge. As Duan Lingtian walked, he could see lush green mountain ranges beneath his feet. There were many villages and towns in the Eastern Ridge. Duan Lingtian followed the two men in front of him and soon arrived at a village situated in the middle of a mountain range. The village was so large that one could not see the end of it. The village was surrounded by mountains, and the terrain was steep. From the beginning until the end, the two men in front of him did not notice Duan Lingtian was following them. The middle-aged man is a 3 talents celestial emperor. The young man next to him is a 1 basic celestial emperor. When Duan Lingtian was tailing the duo, he had extended his divine consciousness to probe their cultivation bases. Both of them were celestial emperors. One was a 1 basic celestial emperor while the other was a 3 talents celestial emperor. Since their cultivation bases were much lower than his, they did not notice his probing. The Duan clan. When Duan Lingtian followed the two of them to the outside of the village, he saw a 5 or 6 meter tall stone tablet that stood at the entrance of the village, and the 3 words Duan Clan Village were written neatly on it. Duan? At this moment, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was fate. He did not expect the first human settlement in the mystic gangland in the realms of gods would be a place called the Duan clan. Since it was the Duan clan, the villagers here must have the surname Duan. Just when the two people in front were about to enter the village, a figure silently flashed out from the village and went to greet the two people in front. However, his gaze went past the two people and descended onto Duan Lingtian. Before the person showed up, Duan Lingtian had already sensed a 10 directions celestial emperor's divine sense approaching him. Clearly, it was the old man who had suddenly appeared before him. The old man wore a light gray long robe. He had a thin figure and a face that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Currently, his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian revealed waves of dread. Grandpa Qing. When the middle-aged man and the young man saw the old man, they couldn't help but be startled. Grandpa Qing, why did you come out? The old man before them was the 3rd villa master of the Duan clan manor. His name was Duan Qing, and he was one of the 4 strongest people in the Duan clan manor. He was like a guardian of the Duan clan manor. Come out and greet the guests. The old man, who was the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Qing, said calmly. Upon hearing his words and sensing his gaze, the middle-aged man and the young man who were tailing Duan Lingtian widened their eyes in unison. When they turned around, they discovered a young man was tailing them. The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Currently, he was looking at Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor. When did you follow us? The young man who was tailing Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian warily. The fact that Duan Lingtian was tailing them without them noticing meant that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. Although the middle-aged man did not say anything, his eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Please don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the 3 men looking at him warily. It was an accident that I followed you here. Then, Duan Lingtian asked the 3 men, is this still the pilgrimage grounds? The pilgrimage grounds was the realm of gods that had collided with the profound Handleland and formed the realm battlefield. The pilgrimage grounds? Duan Qing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This is the profound Handleland, not the pilgrimage grounds. You're from the pilgrimage grounds? Although Duan Lingtian was at the bottom of the rankings in the profound Handleland, he had heard of the pilgrimage grounds. However, Duan Lingtian had heard of the pilgrimage grounds before. Moreover, he knew that the pilgrimage grounds was another realm of gods that had collided with the mystic gangland. The profound Handleland? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Qing's question. I didn't expect that the battle between the two powerhouses would tear open space and cause me to be sucked into the spatial tear and arrive at the profound Handle land. With my cultivation base, when will I be able to return? Duan Lingtian gave an excuse similar to the one Yi Beiyuan had given him in the realm battlefield. He did not tell Duan Lingtian that he was from a Devata realm. This was something the world-cleansing divine water had warned him about. If he told them he was from a Devata realm, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it was better for him to say he was from another realm of gods, and coincidentally, the realm battlefield was formed. No one would suspect anything if he told them he was from another realm of gods. Tear open space? Duan Qing inhaled sharply when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. According to what I read in some ancient books, one has to be at the ultimate god stage to tear open space in the realms of gods. Ultimate god. The two men from the Duan clan who were tailing Duan Lingtian were shocked when they heard Duan Qing's words. Ultimate gods were the most powerful beings in the realms of gods. They were the most powerful beings below the supreme powerhouses. After I was sucked into the tear in space, I fainted. When I woke up, I was in a mountain range. I wandered around for many days, but I didn't see anyone. I followed them, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face as he looked at the two men in front of Duan Qing. I see. I've misunderstood you, sir. Duan Qing's expression softened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you plan to do next? I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to return to the pilgrimage grounds, right? Naturally, it won't be easy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now that the realm battlefield has opened, not only are the spatial passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms closed, but even the spatial passages between the realms of gods have been closed. There's only one way to return to the realms of gods, and that's through the realm battlefield. However, with my strength, I'll only be cannon fodder in the realm battlefield. I'm afraid I'll die in the realm battlefield before I can return to the pilgrimage grounds. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head and sighed. Sir, I'm Duan Qing, the third mansion master of the Duan clan. May I know your name? After learning about Duan Lingtian's background, Duan Qing was no longer as wary as before. In his opinion, even if a 10 Directions celestial emperor wanted to harm the Duan clan, he would not be able to harm them. The Duan clan once had a god-level powerhouse who was a higher god-level powerhouse. Now that the Duan clan's defensive formation was activated, even a lesser god-level powerhouse would be severely injured. Once the defensive formation was activated, anyone who was not a god-level powerhouse would definitely die. What a coincidence! My name is Duan Lingtian. I have the same surname as the person from the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian smiled. What a coincidence! Duan Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he said enthusiastically, Sir, since you don't know where to go, you can stay in the Duan clan for the time being. It won't be too late for you to leave when you decide on your next step. In that case, thank you, Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Qing. He did not even bother with pleasantries since he needed a place to stay for the time being. After that, he would gather information about his surroundings and decide on his next step. Since I'm in a realm of gods, I must make plans to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Currently, Duan Lingtian urgently needed to improve his cultivation base. He did not need to comprehend any profundities since he had the supreme powerhouse divinity to rely on. As for the space sword Dao and control Dao, that was up to fate. Brother Lingtian, you're too kind. Duan Qing shook his head and smiled. Then, he led Duan Lingtian into the Duan clan. Through Duan Qing's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned the names of the two men he was tailing. The middle-aged man was Duan Qiwen. The young man was Duan Lang. Both of them were from the Duan clan. Our Duan clan is divided into the Eastern clan, Western clan, Southern clan, and Northern clan. Apart from being the third mansion master of the Duan clan, I'm also the mansion master of the Southern clan. Duan Qing explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. At the same time, he learned from Duan Qing that the entrance to the Duan clan's southern clan was located in the south. There were 4 other entrances to the Duan clan's northern clan, Western Clan, and Eastern Clan that were located in the north, west, and east respectively. After entering the Duan Clan's Southern Clan's entrance, they saw a vast expanse of land. Outside, they could only see a few scattered buildings. However, that was not the case. It was obvious that was an illusion created by a formation. After passing through the entrance, they could finally see the situation inside. There were many people gathered in the vast expanse of land. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were playing with children. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing entered the Southern Clan's entrance, the people who saw them turned around and greeted Duan Qing respectfully. Grandfather Qing. Uncle Qing. Uncle Qing. Based on the enthusiasm of these people, it was clear that Duan Qing, the mansion master of the Duan Southern Clan, was highly respected in the Southern Clan. Duan Lang, you brat, you're finally willing to come back? If you still didn't come back, your father would have broken your legs. Don't tell me you've forgotten about your engagement? You'll be marrying the daughter of the second mansion master of Tai Clan Manor in another month's time. Soon after, a middle-aged man scolded with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Duan Qing and Duan Lang. Upon hearing this, Duan Qing scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wanted to break through to the Celestial Emperor stage before coming back. If you break through to the Celestial Emperor stage and get married, you'll bring honor to the Duan clan, right? Chapter 3597. Although the Duan clan was only a village, it was filled with celestial emperors, celestial lords, and celestial kings. Even some of the children had immortal cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian deduced from the side. In the realms of gods, a child was born with the body of a celestial. Even when the child was still an infant, the mother had to use her power to suppress the child's strength to prevent the child from hurting the mother. Since Duan Lingtian claimed to be from the pilgrimage grounds in another realm of gods, he could not reveal that he did not know about this. He could only speculate. The Duan clan has been living in the endless mountains for generations and is self-sufficient. There are all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits in the Duan clan manor. That's how the Duan clan manor earns divine stones to aid their cultivation. After ascending to godhood, the Duan clan members had to pay the price of divine stones to borrow cultivation techniques from the outside world. Not only that, they were not allowed to impart the cultivation techniques to outsiders because they had to swear a heart demon blood oath. That's a blood oath made by a supreme expert to the planes of gods. Not even an ultimate god could violate it. Once someone violates the oath, the supreme expert will sense it. Then, the supreme expert's subordinates will hunt down the person who violates the heart demon blood oath. Even if the person escapes from the realms of gods to the Devata realms or the mundane realms, he'll still die. Anyone who swears a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods will be marked. Unless one becomes a supreme expert, even an ultimate god can't remove the mark. After staying in the Duan clan manor for some time, Duan Lingtian had gained a better understanding of the Duan clan and the realms of gods. This included the heart demon blood oath. The heart demon blood oath was similar to the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. However, it was still inferior to the lightning penalty oath. The lightning penalty was to kill the person who violated the oath. On the other hand, the supreme expert's subordinates would have to kill the person who violated the oath. If a ultimate god violated the heart demon blood oath, the supreme expert would personally kill the person who violated the oath. For this reason, the heart demon blood oath was a terrifying thing in the realms of gods. Naturally, this did not include the supreme experts. The heart demon blood oath was useless against supreme experts. The realms of gods are created by supreme powerhouses. To him, a realms of gods is no different from a minor world in his body. In fact, the realms of gods might be formed from the minor world in his body. Thinking back to what the world-cleansing divine water had told him before, Duan Lingtian felt that it was very possible. Of course, even the world-cleansing divine water was not certain. I didn't expect there to be so many celestial emperors in such a small village in the realm of gods. There are even 10 directions celestial emperors and gods. Although Duan Lingtian had been in the Duan clan manor for some time, he still found it hard to believe. After all, this was something unimaginable in the Devata realms. How could a small village that was considered the lowest level in the realms of gods have such a strong foundation? Although Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe, he kept telling himself that the realms of gods were different from the Devata realms. Speaking of cultivation methods, I have a cultivation method my master taught me. As long as I have enough talent and comprehension, I'll be able to cultivate all the way to the ultimate god stage. After arriving in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian realized the importance of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, cultivation methods that could allow one to cultivate all the way to the lesser deity stage were commonplace in the Devata realms. Even a small village like the Duan clan manor had such a cultivation method. However, the cultivation methods above that were extremely valuable. One would need to borrow divine stones to read them. Naturally, this was only true for the people in the Duan clan manor. The powerful forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. Only the top forces in the realms of gods had cultivation methods that could be cultivated up to the level of an intermediate god. If one wanted to cultivate to the ultimate god stage, one would either have to borrow a cultivation method from a supreme expert or have a relationship with a supreme expert. Otherwise, one could only rely on one's talent and comprehension. It was not impossible to become a ultimate god without a ultimate god cultivation method. It was just more difficult. Apart from that, in the realms of gods, even low-grade divine weapons without weapon spirits are extremely expensive. They require a large number of divine stones to exchange for them. Of course, that's only true for the Duan clan. The Duan clan manor has been passed down for many years. Currently, there's only one divine weapon in the manor, and it's in the hands of the Grand Mansion Master. The first manor head of the Duan family manor was also the East manor head of the Duan family manor. At the same time, he was also the strongest person in the Duan family manor. Currently, he was a mysterious existence in the Duan family manor. Usually, the matters of the East manor were handled by someone he appointed. As for the Grand Mansion Master, no one knew if he was still in the Duan clan manor or had left. However, many people in the Duan clan manor suspected that he had attained godhood. There are many villages like the Duan clan manor in the Endless Mountains. For example, the Tai clan manor is a village similar to the Duan clan manor. It's the closest village to the Duan clan manor. Apart from the Zhao manor and the Tai clan manor, there are more than 10 villages of similar size in the Endless Mountains. Apart from that, there are also some small villages. After arriving at the Duan clan manor, although Duan Lingtian had been cultivating, most of his attention was not on cultivation. He was eager to understand the situation around him and see how he could maximize his time. After all, he only had 300 years left. After 300 years, regardless of his achievements, he would have to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Ker, away. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Duan clan manor. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. At the same time, he planned to leave the Duan clan manor and head to the city closest to the Endless Mountains. The people in the Endless Mountains had to go there if they wanted to borrow god-grade cultivation methods. In that city, there were many god-grade cultivators. Apart from having a deep foundation in that city, the forces that were rooted in that city also had many god-grade cultivators. The reason Duan Lingtian had not left yet was because he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. Duan Lang was one of the 2 people he had followed to the Duan clan manor a month ago. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian had been instructed by Duan Qing, the villa master of the Duan clan manor's southern villa, to come to Duan Lingtian's place and provide him with various conveniences. After a few visits, Duan Lingtian had become familiar with Duan Lang. During this process, Duan Lang had also invited him to attend his wedding. Duan Lingtian had agreed. For this reason, he planned to leave after attending Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. I'll give him an emperor-grade celestial weapon to congratulate him on his wedding. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to give Duan Lang an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were considered rare in the Endless Mountains. At the very least, There were no more than 10 Emperor-grade celestial weapons in the southern villa. As for Emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits, there was only one Emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits. It was in the possession of Duan Qing, the villa master of the southern villa. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only planned to give Duan Lang an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without weapon spirits. Although he had obtained an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with weapon spirits from the 9 star gods of war he had killed in the 9-star battlefield, he did not plan to give it to Duan Lang. He knew it would only bring disaster to Duan Lang. A man's wealth was his fault. The next day was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian heard the commotion outside his door. When he opened the door, he saw the entire southern villa decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was bustling with noise and excitement. A group of children was running around everywhere as though they had regained their wild nature. Most of the adults in the southern villa were busy preparing for Duan Lang's wedding. Nobody cared about the children at all. The wedding ceremony was organized by the Duan clan. Duan Lang did not even need to go to the Tai clan village to pick up the bride. He could only wait for the people from the Tai clan village to bring the bride to him. Duan Lang, congratulations on your wedding. This is the wedding ceremony I prepared for you. Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance of the Tai clan village's southern villa and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lang with a smile on his face. However, Duan Lang shook his head and said, "Brother Lingtian, I'm already very happy that you're willing to stay for my wedding ceremony. I can't accept this gift." He had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to leave the Duan clan village from Duan Lingtian, so he knew about it earlier than anyone else. "Brother Lingtian, you're leaving?" As the Duan clan village's southern villa's villa lord, Duan Qing was also present. After all, the Tai clan village's second villa lord's daughter was getting married this time. According to the rules, the second villa lord of the Tai clan village would definitely come as well, so he naturally had to come out and welcome him. Otherwise, it would be rude and he would be gossiped about by others. "Yes, I'm preparing to leave after Duan Lang's wedding ceremony ends." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. "I'm indebted to Villa Lord for taking me in this past month. I'm extremely grateful. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you." "Brother Lingtian, you're too polite." Duan Qing lightly shook his head. "This is only a small matter. Moreover, Brother Lingtian, you didn't stay in our Duan clan village for nothing during this past month. You also helped us hunt demon beasts. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid many people from our Duan clan village would have been injured or killed during the previous hunt. 10 days ago, the people from the Duan clan village went hunting. Due to bad luck, they encountered a powerful celestial emperor-grade demon beast. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian went out with Duan Lang to get some fresh air. Otherwise, many people from the Duan clan village would have been injured or killed. That demon beast had to be sent to the Duan clan village for reinforcements before they could kill it. In the time it took for them to return, many people from the Duan clan village would have been killed by the demon beast. However, everything was different now that Duan Lingtian was present. Duan Lingtian casually slapped the demon beast to death. Chapter 3598. The demon beasts in the realms of gods were real demon beasts. In the realms of gods, only mutant beasts that were not celestial beasts were considered demon beasts. However, in the realms of gods, whether it was celestial beasts or divine beasts, all of them possessed intelligence and could transform into humans. However, there were some mutant beasts in the realms of gods that did not possess intelligence. In the Devata realms, these mutant beasts were considered celestial beasts without intelligence. However, in the realms of gods, there were mutant beasts without intelligence who had broken through to the godly spirit stage or even higher. In the realms of gods, mutant beasts without intelligence are also called demon beasts. Only mutant beasts that can transform into humans are called celestial beasts or divine beasts. The world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian about this long ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was already aware of this. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, she suspected that the mutant beasts in the realms of gods were intentionally thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses so that they could cultivate in the realms of gods to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. It was said that the strongest mutant beasts in the realms of gods had the strength of a god emperor or ultimate god. Of course, when one's strength reached the level of an emperor god or ultimate god, even a demonic beast without spiritual intelligence would develop a certain level of spiritual intelligence. After all, the cultivation level of an emperor god or ultimate god was not something that could be achieved purely by instinct. Once a mutant beast gained intelligence, it would not be difficult for them to transform into humans. The realms of gods might be formed from the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. The mutant beasts in the realms of gods might be thrown into the realms of gods by supreme powerhouses to maintain the balance of the realms of gods. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how powerful and terrifying supreme powerhouses were. There were many powerhouses in the realms of gods. The strongest were ultimate gods while the weakest were celestials. However, the realms of gods where these powerhouses lived were merely the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian thought of his own little world. Although his little world was filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy similar to the divine tree of life in the realms of gods, it was nothing compared to the realms of gods. If the plains of gods were compared to the vast ocean, then Duan Lingtian's minor world was just a drop in the ocean. All good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Qing, whose gaze was complicated. It was obvious that Duan Qing didn't want him to leave. He smiled and said, "Manor Head, if I can't survive there in the future, I might return to the Duan Manor." Duan Qing's expression turned solemn. "Brother Lingtian, if you return, my Duan family's southern manor will naturally welcome you. However, I'm afraid that once Brother Lingtian leaves, it'll be almost impossible for you to return to our Duan clan manor in the future." Duan Qing had never fought with Duan Lingtian before. However, based on the words of the Duan clan member who witnessed Duan Lingtian killing the demon beast with his own 2 eyes, Duan Lingtian's strength was absolutely stronger than him. A person like Duan Lingtian could easily join a force even if he went to the city. It was a waste of talent for him to stay in the Duan clan manor. At this moment, a loud voice sounded from outside the manor. "The people from the Tai clan manor are here." Immediately, everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Duan Qing stopped chatting. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at the entrance of the Duan clan manor before he stuffed the spatial ring in his hand into Duan Lang's hand. "Duan Lingtian, if you don't accept my gift, it means that you don't consider me, Duan Lingtian, as a friend." "Brother Lingtian." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lang smiled bitterly and could only accept it. "After my wedding ceremony is over, we'll have a private drink before you leave. We'll talk about it when you're free." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid that by then, you'll have fallen into a woman's arms and won't be able to extricate yourself." "Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I, Duan Lang, am not a man who forgets his friends for a woman." Duan Lang said confidently. "Alright, the bride is here." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. At the same time, he saw a wedding procession walk in from outside the door. They were all wearing bright red robes and there was a sedan in the middle. It looked similar to the wedding ceremony on Earth. However, Duan Lingtian soon realized that many people in the Duan clan manor were frowning, including Duan Qing and Duan Lang. "What's going on? Isn't that the 4th manor head of the Tai clan manor, Tai Heng? Why is Tai Heng here? Could it be that he's here on behalf of the 2nd manor head? That doesn't make sense. Even if the 2nd manor head is busy and can't make it, he should let someone from his branch take his place. He shouldn't let the 4th manor head come. They're from different branches in the Tai clan manor. No matter what, he shouldn't be here." When the whispers of the people in the Duan clan manor reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he finally understood why the people in the Duan clan manor were frowning. It was because the person who came was not the 2nd manor head of the Tai clan manor. It could even be said that he was not from the 2nd manor head of the Tai clan manor. The person leading the group was the 4th manor head of the Tai clan manor. He was the leader of another branch of the Tai clan manor. Just like how Duan Qing was the leader of the southern manor branch of the Duan clan manor, the 2nd manor head of the Tai clan manor was the leader of one of the branches of the Tai clan manor. The fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor led another branch of the Tai clan manor. Although they were related by blood, it was already very thin. In fact, during the time that Duan Lingtian was in the Duan clan manor, he knew that the various large villages in the Endless Mountains did not interact much with each other. It was only when there was a problem that a branch could not solve or a threat to one of the branches that the various branches would unite to face the external threat. Usually, they each did their own thing and rarely interacted with each other. Under such a system, the second manor head of the Tai clan manor who should have come did not come. Instead, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor came. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that something was not right. "Taiheng, why are you here?" Duan Qing, the manor head of the southern manor, asked with a frown on his face when he saw Taiheng, the fourth manor head of the Tai clan manor, leading a group of people from the Tai clan manor into the southern manor. Taiheng was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. He was tall and muscular. He was dressed in a brocade robe and was toying with 2 jade beads in his hands. He looked like a nouveau riche. Taiheng grinned when he heard Duan Qing's question. "Villa Master Duan Qing, from today onwards, my Tai clan village's 4th branch and your Duan clan village's southern clan village are one family. In the future, when my daughter marries your southern clan's proud son, Duan Lang, I hope your southern clan will take care of me." Duan Lang was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Duan clan manor. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a basic celestial emperor. In the realms of gods, those who were younger than 1,000 years old were considered young. After all, life in the realms of gods was endless once they were born. Moreover, it took time for them to grow. A single closed-door cultivation session could take up to 100 years. Those who were older than 1,000 years old and younger than 3,000 years old were considered young. "Daughter, why aren't you coming out to greet manor head Duan Qing?" Duan Qing's expression changed drastically when he heard Taiheng's words. Was she not the daughter of the second manor head of Tai clan manor? How did she become the daughter of the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor? Moreover, the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor only had one daughter, right? Duan Qing's scalp went numb when he recalled the reputation of the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor's only daughter. At the same time, he was furious. Did the Tai clan manor think the Duan clan manor was a pushover? How dare they treat the southern manor like monkeys? His father. A hoarse voice rang in the air as the bridal sedan shook violently. Then, a huge figure walked out of the bridal sedan. It was a fat woman who was 1.8 meters tall and had a waist circumference of 1.8 meters. She struggled to get out of the bridal sedan before she walked up to Taiheng and bowed at Duan Qing with a smile on her face. "Greetings, manor head Duan Qing." Tai Lan Yu was the only daughter of Taiheng, the fourth manor head of Tai clan manor. When she smiled, the fat on her face squeezed her eyes. "I don't want to marry you. I want to marry the daughter of your Tai clan manor's second manor head, Tai Yu." While the group of people from the Duan clan were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Duan Lang, the person involved, had already stared at Tai Lan Yu with a flushed face as he explosively shouted, "Other than Tai Yu, I will not marry anyone else." "Kid, what did you say?" Tai Heng's expression changed as he stared at Duan Lang and asked in a deep voice. Facing Tai Heng's gaze, although Duan Lang was a little afraid, he still said unyieldingly, "Manor head Tai Heng, I said it very clearly. Today, I will only marry Tai Yu and no other woman." At this time, Tai Lan Yu no longer had the courtesy from before. She narrowed her small eyes and looked at Duan Lang. She snorted coldly and said, "Kid, do you think I want to marry you? What? You don't like me? However, I'm afraid this marriage is not something you can decide." When Tai Lan Yu reached the end of her sentence, she raised her head proudly and looked at Duan Lang with disdain. At this time, Tai Heng took 2 steps forward and walked to Duan Qing's side. He said a few words to him. Duan Qing's expression changed slightly at the beginning and became as pale as a sheet of white paper. Moreover, if one looked closely, one would be able to see that his body was trembling. "Duan Lang." At the same time, Duan Qing looked at Duan Lang and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Wait for me to bring your father here and see his decision." After he finished speaking, Duan Qing left in a hurry without waiting for Duan Lang's reply. He personally went to look for Duan Lang's father. As the person involved, Duan Lang could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, he felt that it was completely unnecessary because he was the main character of this marriage. If he did not want to get married, no one could force him. It's not that simple. Duan Lingtian saw the scene of Tai Heng talking to Duan Qing. He also saw the change in Duan Qing's expression. However, he was also very curious. What did Tai Heng, the fourth manor head of Tai Clan Manor, say to the third manor head of Duan Clan Manor? It actually made Duan Qing react this way. Chapter 3599. Duan Lang's father was called Duan Yidao. His strength in the Duan Clan Manor's southern manor was second only to the manor master, Duan Qing. He was also the best candidate for the next manor master of the Duan Clan Manor's southern manor. During the days he was in the Duan Clan Manor, Duan Lingtian had met Duan Yidao once because of Duan Lang. He knew that Duan Yidao was a forthright man who was very popular in the Duan Clan Manor. Today was the day of Duan Lang's wedding. According to the customs of the Duan Clan Manor, Duan Yidao, as the father, did not need to come out to welcome the bride. What he needed to do was to stay at home and wait for the bride and groom to bow to him. Originally, today was a joyous day for Duan Yidao because his only son, Duan Lang, was getting married. To a father, perhaps only on the day his son and daughter got married would he feel that his son and daughter had grown up. Uncle Yidao is here. Uncle Yidao's expression doesn't look too good. Along with the noise from afar, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Yidao walking over side by side with Duan Qing. Duan Yidao's expression was extremely ugly. This was Duan Lingtian's second time seeing Duan Yidao. The first time they met, Duan Yidao was forthright and enthusiastic. Moreover, he always had a forthright smile on his face. It was as though nothing could stop the smile on his face. Even when he was outside, he still had a smile on his face. However, at this moment, Duan Yidao's expression was as ugly as it could be. Duan Lingtian could imagine that Duan Yidao would not be like this because of an ordinary matter. It was obvious that Duan Qing had told him something that made him reveal such an expression. Father. When Duan Lang saw Duan Yidao, it was as though he had seen his savior. He hurriedly went up to him and said, "The Tai Clan Manor is too much of a bully. The person I'm marrying today is clearly the daughter of the second manor master, Tai Xiong, Tai Yu. However, the person who came today is the fourth manor master, Tai Heng. He even wants his daughter to replace Tai Yu and marry me." This marriage was completely decided by the Tai clan, and they're humiliating our Duan Clan Manor. As he finished speaking, Duan Lang's originally angry face became even angrier. When Duan Yidao saw Duan Lang, his expression softened a little. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was obvious pain and helplessness. "Langther, don't be silly. Today, you're marrying Tai Lanyu, the daughter of Tai Heng, the fourth manor master of Tai Clan, not some Tai Yu. Father personally agreed to this marriage. There can't be a mistake. Don't speak nonsense. But go and apologize to the fourth Iron Manor master, then finish the wedding ceremony with your future wife." Once Duan Yidao's words left his mouth, it wasn't only Duan Lang who was dumbfounded. Even the surrounding Duan family members were dumbfounded. All of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lang going to marry Tai Yu from Tai Clan village? How did it become Iron Blue Jade? That's impossible, right? But Uncle Yidao clearly said so. Could it be that we made a mistake? How is that possible? Among the younger generation of Tai Clan village, only Tai Yu is worthy of Duan Lang. Not only is Tai Lanyu fat, but her conduct is also very bad. How could Uncle Yidao allow Duan Lang to marry her? But Yidao clearly said so now. What's going on? Why do I feel that the manor master said something to Uncle Yidao, causing him to act like this? Uncle Yidao's expression was very ugly just now. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. The people of the Duan clan who were present broke into whispers. Almost everyone felt that there was more to this matter than met the eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was a bystander, was almost certain. There was definitely a secret behind this matter. Now, Duan Ling Tian intentionally glanced at the father and daughter pair of Tai clan village's fourth manor master, Tai Heng, and saw that both of them had mocking smiles on their faces. Their gazes towards Duan Lang were filled with contempt and disdain. Father, why did you say that? Do you think I don't know who I'm marrying? After Duan Lang returned to his senses, his face flushed red as he shook his head. Back then, I only agreed to this marriage after I found out the other party was Tai Yu. The person I want to marry is Tai Yu, not Tai Lan Yu. The person I want to marry today is not her. As he spoke, Duan Lang was close to roaring. Ha! At this moment, before Duan Yidao, whose expression had darkened, could speak again, Tai Lan Yu had already burst out laughing. She placed her hands on her hips and had an insufferably arrogant aura. Duan Lang, even if you're unwilling to marry me, Tai Lan Yu, today, you still have to marry me. You don't have a choice. The person my Tai clan village wanted to marry you was indeed Tai Yu. But now, the person you want to marry is me, Tai Lan Yu. As Tai Lan Yu spoke, the smile on her face turned into a mocking smile. Of course, you can also try not to marry me. However, if you do that, not only will you be unlucky, I'm afraid you'll also implicate the entire Duan clan village. I definitely won't marry you. Duan Lang coldly looked at Tai Lan Yu as he spoke coldly. Lang, you must marry her. At this moment, Duan Yidao spoke. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. Don't forget that you're a member of the Duan clan village. Could it be that you've forgotten what I've taught you since you were young? In front of the Duan clan village, are personal gains and losses just a small matter? Duan Lang's expression changed as he asked with a gloomy expression, Father, why? This was the first time he had spoken to his father in such a tone. However, in his opinion, even if he wanted him to die, he had to give him a clear reason. Earlier, he already felt that something was amiss with his father. Now that he heard his father's words, he felt even more that something was amiss. Moreover, he urgently wanted to know the truth of the matter. What was it that caused his father to act this way? He knew very well what kind of person his father was. Even if all the clan leaders of the Tai clan village were to make a move, it would still be impossible for him to lower his head like this. Therefore, he felt that there was a great secret behind this matter. Lang. At this moment, Duan Yidao gritted his teeth. He seemed to have realized that he had to explain the matter clearly to his son. Otherwise, his son would not be able to calmly accept everything before his eyes. Before he opened his mouth, he walked to Duan Lang's side and whispered a few words into his ear. As time passed by, Duan Lang's originally solemn expression changed again and again. In the end, Duan Lang's body even started to tremble. After being stunned for a moment, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha, ha, so it's like this. So it's like this. Duan Lang's loss of composure caused Duan Ling Tian to frown. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lang must have known something. This matter should have been mentioned by the Tai clan village's fourth clan leader, Tai Heng, to the Duan clan village's third clan leader, Duan Qing. In the next instant, he saw that after Duan Lang stopped laughing, he turned around and walked toward the Tai clan village's clan leader, Tai Heng, and his daughter. Everyone in the Duan clan village looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with Duan Lang? I feel that Duan Lang has lost his composure. What did Uncle Yidao say to Duan Lang? Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, Duan Lang walked in front of Tai Heng and his daughter. He looked at them and asked indifferently, Do you think that I'll compromise like you think today? Before Tai Heng could speak, Tai Lan Yu had already snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Looks like your father has already told you. But you don't want to compromise? Do you have the guts to do so? That person is not someone that you and even the Duan clan village's southern village can afford to offend. Or perhaps, that person is someone that even the entire Duan clan village can't afford to offend. Tai Lan Yu's tone became more and more disdainful. On the other hand, everyone in the Duan clan village was confused when they heard this. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he frowned slightly. He could faintly tell that there was someone behind all this. And that person was someone that the Duan clan village's southern village and even the entire Duan clan village could not afford to offend. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. No one can control the life of Duan Lang. No one can. Under the gazes of everyone in the Duan clan village, Duan Lang, who had his back facing them, suddenly stretched out his hands. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a powerful purple light with streaks of dazzling lightning appeared and instantly enveloped his entire body. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. In a flash, his body disappeared from the spot. Lang or don't! Duan Yidao roared loudly. Then, his entire body turned into a ball of flames and whistled as he charged toward Duan Lang. However, in the instant that Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Duan Lang, Duan Yidao arrived first. Duan Lang's body was completely entangled by the lightning energy. Then, with a sudden jolt, a shockwave swept out. At the same time, a mist of blood sprayed out and stained Duan Yidao's body. Even Tai Heng and his daughter were splashed with blood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body appeared after teleporting. His expression was ugly as he looked at the pool of blood in front of him. His gaze did not change for a long time. Duan Lang had committed suicide. The group of people from the Duan family manor were also dumbfounded. The villa master of the Duan family manor, Duan Qing, had a remorseful expression on his face. It was as though he regretted something. Why? Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Yidao who was beside him and asked in a deep voice, "Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What did you say to Duan Lang?" Duan Lingtian felt that it was impossible for Duan Yidao to harm Duan Lang. However, after listening to Duan Yidao's words, Duan Lang chose to commit suicide. This caused him to blame Duan Yidao a little. However, the current Duan Yidao was completely in a daze. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, his face was filled with sorrow and remorse. Langta, Father is useless. Father is useless. Father is the one who let you down. Father is the one who let you down. The group of people from the Tai family manor, including Tai Heng and his daughter, were all stunned. When Tai Heng regained his senses, a respectful expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he said to Tai Lanyu who was beside him, "Let's go back. Since he's gone, this marriage can be considered to have come to an end." However, even though they wanted to leave, the people from the Duan family manor did not allow them to do so. They moved on their own and surrounded them. Moreover, they were staring at them fiercely. After all, Duan Lang had committed suicide because of them. Chapter 3600. The people from Duan clan who surrounded the people from Tai clan village were furious. Although they did not know what had happened, it was obvious that Duan Lang's death had something to do with the people from Tai clan village. It could be said that they had watched Duan Lang grow up. Duan Lang's father, Duan Yidao, was not the only one who had high hopes for Duan Lang. Even they had high hopes for Duan Lang because in the history of Duan clan village, almost all of those who were as talented as Duan Lang had successfully become gods. The birth of a god would not only make the southern clan village famous, but it could also lead the southern clan village to break away from the Duan clan village and establish their own clan. They could even establish themselves in other cities. Leaving the mountains was the dream of every person from the southern clan village. Every time they saw Duan Lang, it was as though they had seen hope. However, Duan Lang was now dead. What are you trying to do? Tai Heng shook his head and sighed when he saw the people from Duan clan village surrounding him. Tai Lanyu, on the other hand, had already stepped forward and said angrily with her hands on her hips, "Do you think we caused Duan Lang's death? Do you think I, Tai Lanyu, want to marry Duan Lang? What a joke!" As soon as Tai Lanyu finished speaking, someone from Duan clan village asked in a deep voice, "Why did Duan Lang commit suicide? You should know the reason, right?" The incident today was a complete mystery to the people from Duan clan village and southern clan. In their opinion, they could solve this mystery from the people from Tai clan village. If you want to know the reason, you can ask your village lord. At the same time, Tai Heng said calmly, "This matter has nothing to do with our Tai clan village. If we really want to get to the bottom of it, our Tai clan village is also a victim." When he finished speaking, before the people from Duan clan village and Southern clan village could ask again, Tai Heng's gaze had already landed on the Duan clan village lord, Duan Qing. Village lord Duan Qing. Duan Qing had already recovered from the shock of Duan Lang's suicide, but his expression was still extremely ugly. When he heard Tai Heng's words and saw the group of people from the Duan clan and Southern clan surrounding the people from the Tai clan village, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, come back. Let village lord Tai Heng and the others leave." At Duan Qing's command, the people of the Duan clan's southern manor all revealed looks of unwillingness. Most of them retreated, but there were a few who did not move. They looked at Duan Qing with unwillingness. "Manor lord, they killed Duan Lang. Duan Lang's death has nothing to do with them." Duan Qing sighed. "Did you hear that? Duan Lang's death had nothing to do with us," said Tai Lan Yu with a cold smile. Immediately after, she pulled Tai Heng and left with the group of people from the Tai clan village. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of the people from the Duan clan village. Because of Duan Qing's words, no one from the Duan clan tried to stop them. Manor Lord, why did you say that Duan Lang's death had nothing to do with them? Wasn't Duan Lang forced to his death by them?" "Villa Master, you have to give us an explanation for this." The group of people from the Duan Manor all looked at Duan Qing, the Manor Lord, unwillingly. Their voices were filled with suppressed anger. "All right, I'll give you an explanation." Duan Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Earlier, Tai Heng told me, the second young master of Mountain Overlook City's Qian clan, Qian Fei, took a fancy to Tai Yu when Tai Yu entered the city not long ago. After that, he personally brought a divine spirit realm expert to the second branch of the Tai clan village to propose marriage. Naturally, the second branch of the Tai clan village would be eager to establish ties with the Qian clan. Even if Tai Yu was made a concubine, they wouldn't have any objections. Naturally, the two of them hit it off. However, no one expected that the second young master of the Qian clan, Qian Fei, laughed coldly when he found out about the marriage between Tai Yu and Duan Lang. After that, he said he wanted to marry the most difficult woman in the Tai clan village to Duan Lang. At that time, someone from the second branch of the Tai clan village mentioned the fourth branch's Tai Lan Yu. The second young master of the Qian clan personally led a divine spirit realm expert to the fourth branch of the Tai clan village and ordered the Tai clan village's fourth manor lord, Tai Heng, to marry his daughter to Duan Lang and send Tai Lan Yu over on the wedding day that was supposed to belong to Duan Lang and Tai Yu. The second young master of the Qian clan said that if the fourth branch of the Tai clan village dared to go against his wishes, he would uproot the fourth branch of the Qian clan village. If the Duan clan village disobeyed, he would also deal with the Duan clan village. At this point, Duan Qing's expression, which was already unpleasant to look at, became even more unsightly. As Duan Qing finished speaking, everyone from the Duan clan village came to a realization and revealed furious expressions. That second young master of the Qian clan went too far. Duan Lang committed suicide because, firstly, he didn't want to be manipulated by others. Secondly, he didn't want to be a burden to the Duan clan. Duan Qing sighed. Today, Duan Lang would either die or marry Tai Lan Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to satisfy the second young master of the Qian clan. Although Duan Lang could escape, as the saying went, a monk can run, but the temple can't. The moment Duan Lang left, the second young master of the Qian clan might make a move on the Duan clan village. Many people from the Duan clan village revealed sorrowful and indignant expressions. The second young master of the Qian clan has a lofty status and basically has a god-level expert protecting him whenever he goes out. Why does he have to make things difficult for us villagers? Tyrannical. Too tyrannical. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. And now, Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, finally understood why Duan Lang would suddenly commit suicide after hearing Duan Yidao's words. As it turned out, it was because he was forced into a desperate situation. Although he hadn't known Duan Lang for long, he was extremely clear about Duan Lang's character. Mountain Overlook City was the city closest to the endless mountains where the Duan clan village was located. Duan Lingtian had previously heard of the Qian clan and knew that it was one of the few large clans in Mountain Overlook City. It controlled many industries in Mountain Overlook City and possessed no less than 5 god-level experts. It was said that there were even intermediate gods in the clan. Not only did he steal someone's wife, but he also wanted to control someone else's life. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time his emotions had fluctuated so intensely since he arrived in the realm of gods. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. His heart had been tempered 1,000 times in both his previous and current lives. At this moment, when he thought of Duan Lang's figure when he was still alive and the smile on his face that seemed to be filled with optimism for the future, he couldn't help but feel rage rising in his heart. The second young master of the Qian clan? Since arriving in the realm of gods, this was the first time Duan Lingtian felt murderous intent towards someone. You and I have known each other for a long time. I'll give you justice for this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Duan Yidao, who was still touching the blood on the ground and seemed to be slightly dazed. Then he looked at the blood that covered the ground as he muttered in his heart. Langta. A shrill cry rang in the air. It was Duan Lang's mother who had rushed over after hearing the news. She knelt in front of the bloodstains left behind by Duan Lang and cried loudly. Duan Yidao, who was standing next to her, finally regained his senses. He hugged his wife and comforted her. The surrounding people from the Duan clan village, including Duan Qing, had bloodshot eyes. Duan Qing was not only the most outstanding disciple of the Duan clan village's southern manor, but he had also committed suicide to protect the Duan clan village. In the next few days, the entire Duan clan village was busy preparing for Duan Qing's funeral. Duan Lingtian, who had planned to leave the Duan clan village, did not leave. He accompanied the people from the Duan clan village to send Duan Qing off. Duan Lingtian only planned to leave after Duan Qing was buried. Brother Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian left, Duan Yidao came looking for him. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Uncle Yidao, what's the matter? Duan Lingtian and Duan Lang were peers. Since Duan Yidao was Duan Lang's father, Duan Lingtian had to treat him politely as though he was an elder. Brother Lingtian, this is the congratulatory gift you gave to my son. How thoughtful of you. It's a pity he didn't have the fortune to receive such a precious gift. Duan Yidao handed the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian had given to Duan Lang. Based on his words, it was clear he knew there was an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the spatial ring. Uncle Yidao. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he found out the reason Duan Yidao had come looking for him. This is the congratulatory gift I gave to Duan Lang. Whether he's still alive or not, I won't take it back. You, as his father, should put it away. In the future, you can give it to anyone you want. Before Duan Yidao could reply, Duan Lingtian had already teleported and disappeared from Duan Yidao's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the Duan clan's manor. After a few more teleportations, Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. He gave away an emperor-grade celestial weapon so casually. It seems like Brother Lingtian is really extraordinary. Duan Yidao sighed. Then, he put the spatial ring away helplessly before he turned around and left. After leaving the Duan clan's manor, Duan Lingtian began to make his way to Mountainside City. Initially, he had planned to go to Mountainside City to learn about the surroundings before deciding what to do next. However, there was something else he wanted to do in Mountainside City. He wanted to seek justice for Duan Lang. While Duan Lingtian was heading to Mountain View City, in the Tai clan manor that he'd just left, it wasn't calm at all. To be more precise, it was not peaceful in the 4th branch of the Tai clan manor. Second young master, I sent my daughter to the Duan clan manor with the intention of accomplishing this good deed. However, who knew Duan Lang would choose to commit suicide after learning the truth? Before he died, he even said that no one could control his fate. The 4th manor head of the Tai clan village, Tai Heng, stood in front of a thin young man wearing brocade clothes. He had a cold expression on his face as he bowed and spoke with a respectful expression. The young man was none other than the second young master of the Qian clan, Qian Fei. Behind Qian Fei stood a slender old man with white hair and eyebrows. His face was thin, and his hands were clasped behind his back as he rested with his eyes closed. No one could control his fate? Qian Fei sneered when he heard Tai Heng's words. Did Duan Lang think that this matter would be settled with his death? Since he refused to marry your daughter, he went against my wishes. He can't absolve himself from the blame for his death. You, bring some experts with you and follow me to destroy the Duan clan manor. Qian Fei ordered as he looked at Tai Heng. Chapter 3601. Destroy the Duan family manor? Hearing Qian Fei's words, Tai Heng's breathing stagnated. This Qian clan's second young master actually wanted to annihilate the entire Duan clan? In the next moment, Tai Heng seemed to have thought of something as he glanced at the person behind Qian Fei. The old man behind Qian Fei opened his eyes the moment Tai Heng looked at him. He looked at Qian Fei with a kind expression and said, "Second young master, you just need to destroy the Duan family southern manor. There should be a god in the Duan family southern manor, but I'm not sure if he's in the Duan family southern manor. If we rashly annihilate the entire Duan clan manor, we'll definitely infuriate him. Although our Qian clan isn't afraid of a mere lesser deity, if he hides in the dark and attacks our Qian clan's existences below the level of a god, he'll still be a huge threat. You destroyed the Duan manor and the southern manor. As long as the other three manors are not involved, the eastern manor lord, who is suspected to have become a god, will not dare to attack the Qian family even if he is furious. If we destroy the entire Duan clan, he'll definitely act out of desperation. Leaving the other three clans behind will be enough to make him hesitate." The old man's train of thought was very clear. Hearing this, Qian Fei frowned and then relaxed. "Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa Qiu." Qian Qiu was a lower-rank deity of Mountain Overlook City's Qian family. Originally, Qian Fei's status was not enough to warrant the personal protection of a Qian family deity. However, as Qian Fei had a good relationship with Qian Qiu since they were young, Qian Qiu would usually take the initiative to follow him wherever he went to ensure his safety. Even Qian Qiu's elder brother, the young master of the Qian family, did not receive such treatment. The person who followed young Master Qian to protect him was only a demigod with decent strength. Because of this, Qian Fei didn't dare to disobey Qian Qiu. Elder Qiu is right. At the same time, Tai Heng, who had heard Qian Qiu's words, heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Qian Fei would attack the Duan family. With the Qian family's background, although they were not afraid of the Duan family, as the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. If they really destroyed the Duan family, the Eastern Manor Lord of the Duan family, who was suspected to be a deity, would definitely seek revenge on the Qian family. As for the fourth branch of the Tai family village, as a participant, they would definitely suffer an even more intense retaliation. At that time, the Qian family would be too busy to take care of them. Now, Tai Heng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that they were only going to attack the Duan Manor and the South Manor. Mountain Overlook City was the first city Duan Ling Tian visited after arriving in the profound Handle Land in the realms of gods. From the perspective of the Duan Ling Tian, Mountainside City wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he had seen bigger cities when he was in the Devata realms. Even 10 mountain approach cities could not compare to them. Naturally, the smaller cities in the Devata realms could not compare to Mountain View City. Mountainside City. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air outside Mountain Overlook City, sizing it up from afar. Mountainside City was surrounded by thick city walls. There were a total of 8 city gates, 2 in each direction. The bricks used to form the city walls gave off an ancient feeling despite the distance between them. Moreover, there were quite a few clear marks on the walls. Sword scars, saber scars, palm prints, fist prints, these scars varied in depth. It could be seen that the city walls had experienced many battles in the past. At the same time, it could also be seen how tough the city walls were. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and arrived outside Mountain View City's city gate in the blink of an eye. Then he directly flew into the city. In the next moment, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes were numerous buildings and open spaces. However, There were many figures moving back and forth in the surroundings of some of the buildings. Those who passed by deliberately avoided those places. When he saw this, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that those places should be the property of some power. Generally speaking, only such places would have restrictions and the power to prevent others from entering. Tassel Restaurant. After he entered Mountain Face City, Duan Lingtian noticed that some of the buildings had flags hanging on them. The flags either had the names of inns, restaurants, or stores written on them, and they were all-encompassing. These flags that appeared before Duan Lingtian were no different from guiding lights to guide the way for Duan Lingtian. The Tassel Restaurant was the largest restaurant that Duan Lingtian had discovered in the sky above Mountain Overlook City. It was 3 stories tall and occupied a vast area. Among the other restaurants, even though the largest one had 3 stories as well, it only occupied half the area of this restaurant. Most importantly, this restaurant was located in the center of Mountain Overlook City. From the mundane realms all the way to the Devata realms, whenever Duan Lingtian went to an unfamiliar city, he would first go to a restaurant and learn about the city from others if there was no one to guide him. This was because all kinds of people gathered in the restaurant's lobby. Basically, all kinds of news could be heard. "Sir, are you the only one?" Duan Lingtian descended from the sky. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Tassel Restaurant, one of the few attendants standing at the entrance walked up to him and greeted him warmly. "Would you like to dine in the lobby or in a private room?" Even though Duan Lingtian was alone, the attendant did not intend to bring him to the lobby. This was because some customers only liked to stay in quiet private rooms. Moreover, private rooms had a minimum price. If the customer he brought chose a private room, he would receive a corresponding commission. For this reason, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would choose a private room. "Lobby." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, "Try to sit in the middle." Sitting in the middle of the lobby, even though the lobby of the Tassel Restaurant was not small, with his hearing, he was sure that he could hear most of the conversations going on inside. "Sir, please come in." The attendant was slightly disappointed when he heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the lobby. However, he did not show it on his face. With a smile on his face, he respectfully led Duan Lingtian to a small table in the middle of the lobby. Then, he took out a menu from his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Sir, this is the menu of our restaurant. The minimum price for a meal in our restaurant is 1 prominent celestial crystal. In the realms of gods, the cheapest stone that could aid one's cultivation was a celestial crystal. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to find low-grade celestial crystals. Moreover, celestial crystals were the most common cultivation resource in the realms of gods. Therefore, it had become the currency in the lower levels of the realms of gods. In a city like Mountainside City, which was located at the bottom of the plains of gods, if a restaurant charged a fee of divine stones for a meal, no one would visit it. Therefore, even though Duan Lingtian did not have any divine stones with him, he still went to the restaurant. He had heard that celestial crystals were the currency in the lower levels of the endless mountains. Divine stones were considered a high-grade currency in the surrounding areas. After staying in the restaurant for half a day, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things. However, most of them were things that he was not interested in. There were many things that he wanted to know, but no one mentioned them. "I'll come again tomorrow." After finding an inn to stay in, Duan Lingtian went to the restaurant every time he went to a restaurant. "I'll stay in the restaurant for another 2 days. It's time to think of a way to get some divine stones. Divine stones could aid in cultivation and increase one's cultivation speed." For Duan Lingtian, who was eager to ascend to godhood, it was undoubtedly something that he urgently needed. In fact, he had been thinking of many ways to earn divine stones over the past few days. The simplest method was to sell some of the things he had on hand. Of course, the things that he could sell were definitely not life-threatening. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could even get his hands on the divine stones. Today, Duan Lingtian went to the Tassel Restaurant as usual. "Sir, what would you like to eat today?" It was the same waiter. When he saw Duan Lingtian again, he smiled even more brightly. Because Duan Lingtian had been eating at the Tassel Restaurant for many days in a row, and he was the one who served him, the Tassel restaurant had already determined that he was a regular. Under such circumstances, the waiter could get a higher percentage of income when Duan Lingtian spent money at the Tassel restaurant. Of course, the most important thing was that when Duan Lingtian ordered food, he ordered the more famous dishes of the Tassel restaurant. They were expensive and had a certain supportive effect on cultivation. However, the dishes that had a supportive effect on cultivation were only effective at the beginning. After eating a few more times, it was difficult to feel the effects anymore. What other signature dishes have I not tried? Just help me order whatever you like. Duan Lingtian nodded at the waiter before he casually tossed a prominent celestial crystal to the waiter. Since the waiter had been cooperating with him and answering his questions for the past few days, he would give the waiter a tip every time he came. This was one of the reasons why the waiter was so enthusiastic about Duan Lingtian. To the waiter, Duan Lingtian was a once-in-a-lifetime wealthy guest. Thank you, sir. After the waiter received the tip, he went to get busy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to listen to the conversations of the people around him. Soon, a conversation entered his ears. Have you heard? 2 days ago, the second young master of the Qian family found a beautiful concubine in the Endless Mountain. Moreover, he even destroyed the southern manor of the Duan family for that concubine. I heard. The entire southern manor of the Duan family was annihilated. I heard that the concubine of the second young master of the Qian family is the person in charge of the second branch of the Tai family manor. She's the daughter of the second manor master of the Tai family manor. That's right. When he destroyed the southern manor of the Duan family, the people from the second and fourth branches of the Tai family village followed him to help him. When this conversation entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused him to be stunned. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he crushed the teacup in his hand with a loud bang. His hairband broke and danced in the air even though there was no wind. Clang! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw 2 celestial crystals on the table. Then, he disappeared into thin air under the shocked gazes of the people around him. It's the teleportation profundity. Even if the people present were not deities, it was not difficult for them to see that Duan Lingtian had cast the teleportation profundity from the law of space. Sir? As for the waiter who returned from helping Duan Lingtian order, he only had time to see the Duan Lingtian's figure disappear. However, when he saw the celestial crystals Duan Lingtian left behind, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this guest had not left behind any celestial crystals, he would have had to pay for the meal. It seems like this guest suddenly has an urgent matter. It was not difficult for the waiter to guess. After leaving Tassel restaurant, Duan Lingtian left Mountain Overlook City and headed in the direction of the Endless Mountain. He wanted to verify the accuracy of the information. Chapter 3602. After returning to the Endless Mountains, Duan Lingtian arrived at the vicinity of the Duan Manor with ease. To be more precise, he arrived at the entrance of the Duan Manor's southern manor. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the southern manor, he discovered that the Duan Manor had been reduced to ruins. Not a single building was intact, and the entire place was covered in blood. At this moment, there were figures shuttling back and forth in the southern manor, carrying out corpses one by one. As he got closer, Duan Lingtian could hear many voices. The southern manor is really unlucky this time. They actually offended the second young master of the Qian family. Although we don't belong to the same branch, we're still one of the major branches of the Duan Manor. There's no need to be sarcastic and gloating. The deaths of the southern manor's villa master, Duan Qing, and Duan Yidao are equivalent to the entire Duan Manor losing 2 experts. Everything is too sudden. Otherwise, our eastern manor would definitely step in and protect at least one of Duan Qing and Duan Yidao. From the voices, it was not difficult to tell that the figures shuttling back and forth in the southern manor were from the other branches of the Duan Manor. Apart from the southern manor, there was also the eastern manor, western manor, and northern manor. Qian family Qian Fei. Seeing that the people from the other 3 branches of the Duan Manor did not show any disrespect to the corpses of the people from the southern manor, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show himself. However, his eyes were burning with rage. Although he did not stay in the southern manor for long, However, it was during this short period of time that he realized the warmth of the people from the southern manor. Previously, when Duan Lang, who was closest to him, was forced to death, he was already furious. Now, the entire southern manor was destroyed. Figures appeared in his mind one after another. The few lively youths would occasionally speak up when he was conversing with Duan Lang. Duan Lang's mother would even enthusiastically send him all sorts of delicious food. There were also the other warm and hospitable villagers of the Duan family manor, allowing him to experience the warmth of home in the Duan family manor. Now all of this was gone. Everything was gone. After snatching someone's fiancé and killing him, he even annihilated the Duan clan's southern clan. Qian clan's second young master, Qian Fei, you're really something. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. When he arrived, Duan Lingtian was silent. When he left, Duan Lingtian was still as silent as before. Not a single person from the other branches of the Duan clan noticed his presence. After leaving the Duan clan manor, Duan Lingtian returned to Mountain View City and returned to the inn he stayed at earlier. Duan Lingtian had booked the best room in the inn for 3 months. It cost him 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was just a small sum of money. Previously, when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, even before he met his master, Feng Qingyang, Hua Lao had given him a large number of celestial crystals. After meeting his master, Feng Qingyang, the number of celestial crystals in his possession had increased to a shocking extent. Most of them were prominent celestial crystals and even supreme celestial crystals. It was difficult for him to take out mediocre and primitive celestial crystals since he did not have any. His master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was in charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not lack celestial crystals when he was in the Devata realm. Now that he was in a remote place in the realm of gods where celestial crystals were the main currency, Duan Lingtian naturally did not lack celestial crystals for daily transactions. The day I become a god will be the day the second young master of the Qian clan pays for what he did to the Duan clan's southern manor. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. Before he closed his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew he was not a good person. However, what the second young master of the Qian clan had done to the Duan clan's southern manor had infuriated him. To a certain extent, the life and death of the second young master of the Qian family had already been linked to his path of cultivation. After this, whether or not he could quickly become a god was most likely related to the second young master of the Qian family. After all, he knew the second young master of the Qian clan was protected by a god-level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, he would need to be at least a god-level powerhouse to kill the second young master of the Qian clan. Even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat anyone below the god level. After all, even a demigod would not have comprehended many profundities from the law in such a remote place. Moreover, it was almost impossible for them to master the 4 Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven. The strongest demigod in the vicinity of Mountain View City would be easily killed by a 9-star god of war in a Devata realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, even the strongest demigod in the Duan clan's southern manor, Duan Qing, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. He had not comprehended 3 profundities yet. On the other hand, the second strongest person in the southern manor, Duan Yi Dao, had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. Although he was not as strong as Duan Qing, he was still stronger than most demigods. Most of the demigods in the vicinity of Mountain View City had yet to comprehend any profundities from the law of fire. The reason for this was that the people in the realms of gods were born with extraordinary cultivation bases. Due to the superior cultivation environment, it was not difficult for them to cultivate to the celestial emperor stage or even the demigod stage. On the other hand, the people in the realms of gods did not have superior conditions when it came to comprehending profundities from the law of fire. Compared to the people in the Devata realms, they did not have much of an advantage. With Duan Lingtian's current comprehension of profundities from the law of fire, even if he did not use the four Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven, he was confident he could defeat anyone in the vicinity of Mountain View City. If he used the four Tao of heaven, earth, and heaven, Duan Lingtian was confident he could even defeat an ordinary higher deity. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to break through and become a deity as soon as possible. The cultivation method Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating was the 1,000 transformations illusory technique that his master had imparted to him. Unlike other cultivation methods, the 1,000 transformations illusory technique could be fused with any low-level cultivation method to transform it into a cultivation method of the same level as the 1,000 transformations illusory technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods in the realms of gods. Such cultivation methods were usually created by supreme experts and passed down to their descendants. Naturally, anyone who cultivated the 1,000 transformations illusory technique would only have the opportunity to transform one cultivation method. Duan Lingtian had chosen the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he had first cultivated. It was also the strongest and most domineering cultivation method he had obtained from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory in the mundane realm. Speaking of which, this cultivation method had been sealed in Duan Lingtian's memories for many years. If it was not for the fact that the 1,000 transformations illusory technique required a cultivation method as a medium, he would not have thought of it. The current 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was completely different, and the circulation was completely different as well. Moreover, it could even integrate the profundities of the laws into it, allowing the celestial origin energy to perfectly fuse with the profundities of the laws, allowing the user to unleash even greater power. This was one of the commonalities of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, whether a cultivation method was good or not depended on whether the celestial origin energy was able to fuse with the profundities of laws. When Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the celestial origin energy in his body was like a surging river. Gray light could be seen swirling in the river. It was none other than the law of space that he was skilled in. Various profundities could be seen in his meridians, forming a perfect fit with his celestial origin energy. Cultivation was not something that could be completed in a day. At the very least, the path to godhood was not as simple as it seemed. Just half a step away. With the anger he felt toward the second young master of the Chen clan, Duan Lingtian managed to break through to the peak of the demigod stage in one go. He was only a step away from godhood. However, this step was met with great resistance, preventing him from making a breakthrough. Based on his past experience, he knew it would be futile to continue cultivating. Therefore, he decided to wake up. This time, I've been cultivating for almost half a month. Duan Lingtian looked at the hourglasses in front of his bed. They came with the rooms in the inn. From left to right, there were 4 hourglasses in total. The first hourglass had been empty for 10 years. The second hourglass had been empty for a year. The third hourglass had been empty for a month. The fourth hourglass had been empty for a day. All of the hourglasses were placed upside down before Duan Lingtian entered closed-door cultivation. Now that the third hourglass had been empty for half a month, it had been empty for half a month. There should be some pills that can assist in breaking through from the demigod stage to godhood. These pills should be purchased with divine stones. Yes, I'll use immortal crystals to exchange for a batch of divine stones first. Before Duan Lingtian arrived in Mountain Overlook City, he had been thinking of ways to earn divine stones. It was only a few days after he arrived in Mountain Overlook City that he learned he could exchange celestial crystals for divine stones in all the shops in Mountain Overlook City. Naturally, only supreme-grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for divine stones, and it required a lot of supreme-grade celestial crystals to exchange for divine stones. One tael of divine stones required 100 supreme-grade immortal crystals. One supreme-grade immortal crystal weighed about 1 tael. However, although Duan Lingtian did not have divine stones, he did not lack immortal crystals. He did not lack supreme-grade immortal crystals. There was a small mountain of supreme-grade immortal crystals in his spatial ring. Although he had never counted them, Duan Lingtian could roughly make out the number. There are at least 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals in my spatial ring. What did 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals mean? 100 supreme-grade immortal crystals could be exchanged for one tael of divine stones. 10 million supreme-grade immortal crystals could be exchanged for 100,000 taels of divine stones. In Mountainside City, even the strongest forces with the deepest foundations, including the Qian family, could only take out a few tens of thousands of divine stones with the combined efforts of an entire clan or sect. The wealth of divine stones Duan Lingtian possessed surpassed any force in Mountainside City. I'll exchange for 1,000 divine stones first. After walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtian arrived at a shop belonging to the Qian family. He was prepared to exchange for divine stones here. This shop was also a shop belonging to the Qian family that sold pills. Chapter 3603. For example, not all spirit fruits in the realms of gods were divine fruits. Immortal fruits were the majority. Not all pills in the realms of gods were divine pills. There were many immortal pills as well. This was especially true for a small city like Mountain Overlook City that was located in a remote part of the Mystic Gangland. Immortal pills were the mainstream while divine pills were rare and expensive. There were 3 best pill stores in Mountain Overlook City. They belonged to the Qian clan, the Meng clan, and the Morning Cloud sect. The Qian family, the Meng family, and the Cloud Morning sect were one of the 4 strongest powers in Mountain Overlook City. There was also another power, the Celestial sect. There were no experts in the sect who were skilled in alchemy. Thus, even though they had opened alchemy stores, they were not as good as the alchemy stores opened by the other 3 families. Just take the Qian family's pill store for example. Although most of the pills sold were immortal pills, there would occasionally be divine pills. However, not many people could afford them. "Sir, how may I help you?" Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the grand and magnificent medicinal pill store called the Rejuvenation Pavilion that was a subordinate of the Qian clan when one of the 2 manservants guarding the entrance took the initiative to greet him and asked with a cordial expression, "I'd like to exchange for some divine stones and take a look at the pills sold in the Rejuvenation Pavilion." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "Sir, please come in." The servant's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then, he led Duan Lingtian into the Rejuvenation Pavilion. "Sir, our Rejuvenation Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor sells ordinary immortal pills. The second floor sells rare immortal pills. As for the third floor, we sell top-grade immortal pills and occasionally, divine pills. As for the divine stones, you can exchange for them on the first floor if the quantity is small. If the quantity is large, you'll have to exchange for them on the second floor." The servant introduced Duan Lingtian to the Rejuvenation Pavilion as he led Duan Lingtian into the Rejuvenation Pavilion. At the same time, he asked curiously, "Sir, how many divine stones would you like to exchange for?" 1,000 taels. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, the servant was so shocked that he stopped in his tracks. He was dumbstruck. 1,000 divine stones was undoubtedly an astronomical amount of wealth to the manservant. Even in the Qian clan behind the Huichun Pavilion, apart from the Qian clan's patriarch and the few godly spirit realm experts in the Qian clan, there was probably no one who could take out so many godly stones in one go. 1 divine stone was equivalent to 100 supreme immortal crystals. 1,000 divine stones was equivalent to 100,000 supreme-grade immortal crystals. "Sir, you're not joking?" After a long while, the manservant came to his senses and stared at Duan Lingtian as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of disbelief. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the servant and asked, "If your Huichun brothel can't offer so many god stones, I will leave now and go somewhere else to exchange for them." In Mountain Overlook City, the exchange rate of divine stones was different from that of the realms of gods. Instead, it was based on the exchange rate in major cities. In cities like Mountain Overlook City, the exchange rate was 10% higher. If one wanted to exchange 1 divine stone for 1 divine stone, the exchange rate would be 100 supreme immortal crystals. However, in Mountain Overlook City, any shop would charge 110 supreme immortal crystals. The factions behind these shops could then take the supreme immortal crystals to the major cities to exchange for divine stones according to the exchange rate. Why didn't they just go to the major cities? This was because there would be a certain amount of risk along the way to the major cities. Unless one was a godly spirit realm expert, one wouldn't dare to simply go there and back. Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will go look for the manager. The manservant greeted Duan Lingtian and hurried off to look for the manager of the Huichun brothel. If this customer really wanted to exchange for so many divine stones, the manservant's commission would be a terrifying figure. Even if he could only take 1% of the Huichun brothel's profits, he would still be able to obtain a commission. 1,000 divine stones would cost 110,000 supreme immortal crystals in the Huichun brothel. 10,000 supreme immortal crystals were earned by the Huichun brothel. 1% of 10,000 supreme immortal crystals was equivalent to 100 supreme immortal crystals. It was more than 10 times the wealth he currently had. If this business deal was successful, his fate would change because of it. Sir, are you the one who wants to exchange for 1,000 divine stones? The manservant soon returned, following behind an old man in a light blue robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His long gray hair draped over his back. Although he looked old, he was full of vigor. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and 110,000 supreme celestial crystals appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. The old man's eyes flashed brightly, and his expression changed drastically. 110,000 supreme immortal crystals, not one more, not one less. You can check it. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man. The latter nodded almost as soon as he finished speaking. Sir, I just checked with my divine sense. It's indeed 110,000 supreme immortal crystals. Is the Huichun brothel willing to exchange? If it doesn't work, I'll look for another shop. Duan Lingtian said again. Of course. The old man nodded hastily. Then he said to Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face, Sir, I've already sent a message to ask someone to bring the divine stones here. 1,000 divine stones will be here in 15 minutes. Please wait here for a moment. Currently, the old man's attitude towards Duan Lingtian had completely changed. He had become extremely polite, and there was a trace of humility in his politeness. What a joke! Would an ordinary person be able to take out 110,000 supreme immortal crystals in one go? Moreover, the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a simple person. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was so generous that he did not dare to be disrespectful. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sir, I'm Qian Tong, the shopkeeper of the returning spring pavilion. I'm also the 7th elder of the Qian clan. May I know your name? As the old man introduced himself, he did not forget to inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. The Qian clan had sent him a message asking him to inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. If he could confirm Duan Lingtian had no background and had only obtained a fortune by accident, the Qian clan would rob him of his fortune. They would kill him and take his fortune. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not hide his name. Perhaps, after 300 years, his name would spread to the realms of gods. However, due to the lack of information in the realms of gods, no one knew about him. So it's you, young Master Duan. Qian Tong smiled warmly before he asked, May I know which force you're from, young Master Duan? As soon as Qian Tong finished speaking, he feigned ignorance. Of course, it's fine if it's inconvenient for you to say, young Master Duan. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I came here with a few friends without telling my elders. We're from the Heavenly Illumination Sect. The Heavenly Illumination Sect. It was the sect where Yi Biwan, the old man who had brought Duan Lingtian to the military camp in the realm battlefield, was from. Although he didn't know what position the Heavenly Illumination Sect had in the profound gangland, if they could produce a medium god emperor like Yi Beiyuan, they should be able to occupy a place in the profound gangland no matter how bad they were. However, Duan Lingtian was not certain if Duan Lingtian knew about the Heavenly Illumination sect. After all, although there were not many forces with medium divine emperors in the Mystic Gangland, there were still many of them. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Qian Tong's face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. So, young Master Duan is from the Heavenly Illumination sect. I hope young Master Duan can forgive my rudeness earlier. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he bowed. The servant behind him hurriedly bowed as well. The servant's eyes were also filled with shock. He never expected the guest he was receiving to be from the Heavenly Illumination sect. The Heavenly Illumination sect was a famous and powerful sect in the eastern region's Tonglung province. Although it wasn't the most powerful force in the 9 mansions of the eastern region, everyone knew about it because it was a sect that had once produced an emperor-god powerhouse. Even now, it still occupied a piece of land and commanded the wind and clouds. The Qian family's mansion was located in the west of Mountain View City. It occupied a vast area. The Qian family's elders and disciples patrolled the sky above. Today, the 7th elder of the Qian family, Qian Tong, had sent a message that alarmed the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Yuejin. A young man had taken out 110,000 supreme-grade celestial crystals and said he wanted to exchange them for 1,000 divine stones. It should be known that even the Qian clan only had a few tens of thousands of divine stones. 1,000 divine stones was not a small sum to the Qian clan. Although the deal was profitable, Qian Yuejin had other plans. Could he eat the celestial crystals in the young man's hand and rob him? Therefore, he asked Qian Tong to find out the young man's background. At the same time, he was waiting for a reply. However, he did not expect the reply he received was, the young man was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. A disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect? Is this for real? Qian Yuejin found it inconceivable. He couldn't figure out why a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple with such a lofty status would come to a small city like Mountain Overlook City that had no presence in the eastern region's Eastern Ridge Mansion. To a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect, Mountain View City was a godforsaken place. I can't confirm if it's true or not. However, based on his speech and temperament, it doesn't seem fake. Qian Tong replied quickly. Even if he's a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect, as long as he's not a divine spirit, our Qian family can still eat him. Qian Yuejin replied through voice transmission. Patriarch, he said he didn't come out alone. There were other disciples of the Heavenly Illumination sect who came out with him. Moreover, someone must have seen him enter the Rejuvenation sect. Qian Tong smiled wryly. I think it's unwise to make a move on him. A mere 1,000 divine stones isn't worth the risk for our Qian family. Qian Tong's words made Qian Yuejin break out in cold sweat. A Heavenly Illumination sect disciple did not come out alone. Chapter 3604. Although Qian Yuejin was greedy, he knew that once the news of his Qian family killing a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple spread out, what awaited his Qian family would be destruction. I'll personally send 1,000 divine stones over to test him further. Although Qian Tong said the 1,000 divine stones were on the way, in fact, Qian Yuejin, the Qian family patriarch, had not sent anyone to deliver the 1,000 divine stones. Moreover, not everyone in the Qian family had access to so many divine stones. Even the direct descendants of the Qian family were not necessarily trustworthy. What if they lost the divine stones on the way? Therefore, the people who delivered the divine stones were definitely important figures in the Qian family. As the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin was one of them. When I arrive, address me as Grand Elder. Before I arrive, remind everyone in the shop that they are not to reveal my identity and address me as Grand Elder. On the way to the elixir store, Qian Yuejin sent a message to Qian Tong. Qian Tong heard this and did not dare to neglect. He quickly sent a message to the servant behind him and the others in the store. Young Master Duan, our Qian family's great elder is on his way. When he arrives, he will pay you 1,000 divine stones. Please wait for a moment. At the same time, Qian Tong said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. This was the second time he said the divine stones were on their way. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he merely glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. About half a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian saw the Qian family's great elder mentioned by Qian Tong. He was a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a dignified face, bushy eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes. Qian family's great elder? Seeing the person in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. His first thought was that this Qian family's great elder was completely different from the rumors. His second thought was that this person was not necessarily the Qian family's great elder. Although he had never seen the Qian family's great elder before, he had heard of him when he was inquiring about him in the restaurant. He knew that the Qian family's great elder was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He had a slender figure and a crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. However, the well-dressed middle-aged man in front of him was very different from the young master of the Qian family that he had heard of. It was not difficult to guess that this was a fake Qian family elder. What kind of person would impersonate the Qian family's great elder at this time? Moreover, Qian Tong and the other people in the medicinal pill store even cooperated and addressed him respectfully as Grand Elder. A few thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. Especially when he saw the small birthmark under the right ear of the Qian family's Grand Elder in front of him, he guessed the other party's identity. The head of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin. At the same time, he was also one of the Qian clan's deity powerhouses, a lower-ranking deity. 10 Directions Celestial Emperors? When Duan Lingtian guessed Qian Yuejin's identity, Qian Yuejin also used his own divine sense to detect Duan Lingtian's cultivation without leaving a trace. However, a harmless smile hung on his face. Qian family's Grand Elder, Qian He, greets young Master Duan. Where are the divine stones? Duan Lingtian nodded at Qian Yuejin. He didn't expose his disguise and went straight to the point. Qian Yuejin nodded. However, he didn't pass the divine stones to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked with a smile, I know a little about the Heaven Illumination sect. May I know which division of the Heaven Illumination sect you're from, young Master Duan? Which division of the Heaven Illumination sect he was from? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qian Yuejin's words. He realized Qian Yuejin was testing him. He didn't panic when he saw this. Instead, he glanced at Qian Yuejin nonchalantly. Elder Qian He, you know a lot about the Heaven Illumination sect? Of course. Qian Yuejin nodded with a smile. After all, the Heaven Illumination sect is a famous God-Emperor level sect in Tonglung province. In the realms of gods, any sect that had produced a God-Emperor was known as a God-Emperor level sect. Those that had produced godly venerables were known as godly Emperor level sections. It was the same for clans. Of course, there were differences between godly emperor-level sects, godly emperor-level clans, godly emperor-level sects, and godly emperor-level clans. Powerful god-emperor-level sects all had god-emperors now, and not just one. Weak god-emperor-level sects only had god-emperors in their history. They didn't have any god-emperors yet. The Heaven Illumination sect was the latter. However, as the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Heaven Illumination sect didn't have a god-emperor and wasn't the strongest sect in Tonglung province, no one dared to underestimate them. The patriarch of a small clan like Qian Yuejin looked at the Heaven Illumination sect the same way he looked at a god-emperor level sect with many god-emperors. It was an existence he looked up to but couldn't reach. Tonglung province? When Duan Lingtian was at the Duan clan's southern manor, he already knew that the Duan clan's Endless Mountain and Mountain Overlook City were both located in Tonglung province in the eastern region of the Mystic Gangland. However, he didn't expect the Heaven Illumination sect he casually mentioned to be in Tonglung province as well. What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up imperceptibly. The patriarch of the Qian clan is still testing me. It seems like I underestimated the importance of 1,000 divine stones to the Qian clan. Duan Lingtian chose to exchange for 1,000 divine stones instead of more because he didn't want to alarm the godly spirit realm experts of the Qian clan. However, he didn't expect the godly spirit realm experts of the Qian clan to be alarmed after he mentioned the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, it was the patriarch of the Qian clan. Since Elder Qian he knows about the Heaven Illumination sect, you must have heard of my teacher. Duan Lingtian glanced at Qian Yuejin indifferently and said, "My teacher is Yi Beiyuan." Yi Beiyuan. It was the old man who had helped Duan Lingtian in the realm battlefield. Due to the circumstances, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to use him. If Qian Yuejin knew of his existence, he would be even more cautious. Even if Qian Yuejin didn't know of his existence, it was because he didn't know enough about the Heaven Illumination sect. As a medium godly emperor, Duan Lingtian believed that Yi Beiyuan had a certain status in the Heaven Illumination sect. After all, the strongest forces in Tonglung province were all godly emperor forces with godly emperors. Duan Lingtian had heard of these forces in the restaurant before. However, he had never heard of the Heaven Illumination sect. Since Qian Yuejin said that the Heaven Illumination sect was an godly emperor force, there was only one possibility. The Heaven Illumination sect was a godly emperor force with no godly emperors in the current generation. Under such circumstances, the Heaven Illumination sect respected godly emperors. As a medium godly emperor, Yi Beiyuan must have a high status in the Heaven Illumination sect. If Lin Yuejin knew about the Heaven Illumination sect, he would know of Yi Beiyuan's existence. Your Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple? As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Yuejin's eyes widened and a look of shock appeared on his face. On the other hand, the Qian family's seventh elder, Qian Tong, and the other people in the Huichun house were at a loss. This was the first time they had heard of the name Yi Beiyuan. In fact, they had only heard of the Heaven Illumination sect but did not know who was in the sect. They didn't even know the name of the sect master of the Heaven Illumination sect. In the entire Qian family, only a few people, including Qian Yuejin, had a certain level of understanding of the Heaven Illumination sect. The others only knew who the sect master of the Heaven Illumination sect was. Qian Yuejin was the only one who had a deep understanding of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, Qian Yuejin dared to say that in the entire mountain overlook city and the surrounding areas, there were no more than 5 people who knew more about the Heaven Margin sect than he did. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian said he was Yi Beiyuan's disciple, Qian Yuejin almost believed him. Duan Lingtian was indeed a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the valley master of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. I didn't expect an elder from a small family in Mountain Overlook City to know my teacher. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Qian Yuejin deeply. I'm fortunate to have heard of him. Qian Yuejin's back was drenched in cold sweat. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about how he had plotted against Yi Beiyuan's disciple. In the end, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the 1,000 taels of divine stones. I didn't expect to break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor this time. Is it possible for you to obtain the Divine Connection Pill in Mountain Overlook City? After putting away the divine stones, Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Tong and asked. The Divine Connection Pill was a pill consumed by half-gods. It was beneficial for one to break through and become a god. Naturally, consuming the Divine Connection Pill only had a certain effect on becoming a god. It did not guarantee one would become a god. Generally speaking, the Divine Connection Pill was only half a step away from becoming a god. It was only a matter of time before one became a god. Moreover, the Divine Connection Pill was only effective for the first time. In the realms of gods, although the Divine Connection Pill was a Divine Connection Pill, it was not a rare Divine Connection Pill. In fact, in most places, the Divine Connection Pill was just an ordinary Divine Connection Pill. However, in a small city like Mountain Overlook City, the Divine Connection Pill was a rare item. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qian Tong glanced at Qian Yuejin who was standing in front of him. When Qian Tong saw Qian Yuejin nodding, he hurriedly said, Young Master Duan, the Divine Connection Pill is a rare item in Mountain Overlook City. Chapter 3605. It was Duan Lingtian's intention to impersonate a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, it was an accident to impersonate a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect, Yi Beiyuan. If the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, had not questioned him, Duan Lingtian would not have mentioned Yi Beiyuan, the divine emperor of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, at the same time that Duan Lingtian felt guilty when he mentioned Yi Beiyuan, he had already decided that he would definitely apologize to Yi Beiyuan and ask for forgiveness when he saw him in the future. Now, even if I asked the Qian family to kill the second young master, Qian Fei, the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, would not dare to disobey, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he glanced at the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, before he left after hearing about the transcendence elixir. Of course, he was just thinking about it and did not actually do it. If it was only for 1,000 divine stones, Qian Yuejin, the Qian family patriarch, might be willing to confirm his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. However, if it concerned the life and death of his son, he would definitely confirm it again. If Duan Lingtian was really a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect and Yi Beiyuan's disciple, it would be fine. However, there was a problem. His identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect and Yi Beiyuan's disciple was fabricated and could not stand up to scrutiny and investigation. I should wait until I become stronger and become a divine emperor before I go to the Qian family and kill Qian Fei and the deity beside him to avenge the Duan family manor's southern manor. With that thought, Duan Lingtian looked at the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, who was impersonating the grand elder of the Qian family, Qian He. Elder Qian Hong, I would like to exchange for another 2,000 divine stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and another 220,000 supreme celestial crystals appeared, piling up into another small mountain. Count it. Duan Lingtian said. Not only was the Qian family's seventh elder, Qian Tong, dumbfounded, but even the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to carry so many supreme celestial crystals with him. However, this was a profitable business for the Qian family, so he naturally would not miss it. Young Master Duan, I just happened to be able to take out 2,000 divine stones. A moment later, Qian Yuejin regained his senses and took out another 2,000 divine stones. The reason why very few people counted the number of divine stones was because it was extremely difficult to cut them. Even if one intended to cut them, it was impossible to guarantee that every divine stone would have the same weight. Therefore, the value of the divine stone was calculated by its weight. And now, Qian Yueqian had taken out 2,000 liang of godstones, some of which were as big as an adult's fist. Even if it was just a single one of them, it still glittered with dozens of liang of light. That's right. When Duan Lingtian put away the 2,000 divine stones, he could naturally feel their weight with his own strength. After he put them into his storage ring, he intended to leave. Elders, farewell. With the 3,000 divine stones in hand, Duan Lingtian hurriedly made his way to the Meng family's still water pavilion. Qian Tong had just told him that the Meng family's still water pavilion would be selling a divine connection pill. After Duan Lingtian left, the seventh elder of the Qian family, Qian Tong, bowed to Qian Yuejin. Patriarch. Patriarch. At this time, the people inside and outside the rejuvenation pavilion also bowed to Qian Yuejin. Earlier, because of Qian Yuejin's order, they did not dare to reveal Qian Yuejin's identity in front of Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had left, there was no need to continue hiding. Yes. Qian Yuejin nodded faintly. While putting away the mountain of supreme-grade celestial crystals, he frowned and looked outside as if he was thinking about something. Patriarch, is there really a person called Yi Beiyuan in the Heaven Illumination sect? Qian Tong asked curiously. Yes. Qian Yuejin nodded. Yi Beiyuan is the Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. He is a medium god emperor. Medium god emperor? Qian Tong sucked in a breath of cold air while the others were also taken aback. A god emperor was in existence above a god king. But in their mountain overlooked city, not to mention god emperors, they didn't even have a god king, and they didn't even have a higher deity. The strongest were just a few intermediate deities, and their Qian clan only had one intermediate deity. What a pity! 3,000 godly stones. Qian Yuejin sighed. If it was not for the fact that the other party might really be a Moon Illumination sect's disciple or a Yi Beiyuan's disciple, he really would not bear to let the 3,000 divine stones disappear right under his nose. Earlier, he had already used his divine consciousness to investigate the situation. His opponent was only a 10 Directions celestial emperor, so it would not be difficult for him to kill him. Even if Duan Lingtian was a Moon Illumination sect disciple who was invincible among those below the godly spirit stage in Mountain Approach City with his cultivation base as a 10 Directions celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian was still a Moon Illumination sect disciple. Demigods were ultimately immortals. There was a world of difference between immortals and gods. Even if the other party's comprehension of the profundities far surpassed his, as long as they did not attain godhood, they would never be a match for him. Even the most talented and outstanding disciple in the Heavenly Illumination sect would not be able to do so. After leaving Huichun House, Duan Lingtian went straight to Stillwater Pavilion. The Stillwater Pavilion was a subsidiary of the Meng family, which was as famous as the Qian family in Mountainside City. It was also the largest medicinal pill store under the Meng family and occasionally sold divine pills. A few months ago, the Meng family had produced a divine connection pill, which had attracted a lot of attention. However, even after a few months, the divine connection pill remained unsold in the Stillwater Pavilion. Many people wanted to buy it, but they did not have enough divine stones. Only the 2 strongest clans and sects in Mountain Overlook City would be able to take out 3,000 divine stones in the surrounding areas. To those small factions or even rogue cultivators, it was no different from an astronomical figure. I'll buy the divine connection pill. Under the guidance of the Stillwater Pavilion's pageboy, Duan Lingtian went straight to the point after they entered the pavilion. Divine connection pill? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the attendant was not the only one who was shocked. Even the people who came to the Stillwater Pavilion to look at the divine connection pill were shocked. They did not expect to hear someone say that he wanted to buy the divine connection pill. For a moment, everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian. Who's that young man? I don't think I've seen him before. I've seen the young talents of the Qian family, the Morning Cloud sect, and the Celestial sect in Mountainside City. I've never seen him before. Doesn't he know that the divine connection pill is worth 3,000 taels of divine stones? When the gazes fell on Duan Lingtian, most of them were doubtful. They doubted whether Duan Lingtian had the money to buy the divine connection pill. Sir, do you really want to buy the divine connection pill? The attendant asked uncertainly. Duan Lingtian hadn't even opened his mouth when someone walked out from inside. It was a tall middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. His face was covered in a curly beard, and he had a resolute expression. When he walked, he was vigorous and seemed to carry an oppressive force. It's shopkeeper Meng Yuan. Elder Meng Yuan. As the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked out, many people greeted him respectfully. This person was the shopkeeper of the Stillwater Pavilion and the 5th elder of the Meng family, Meng Yuan. Sir, you want to buy the divine connection pill? Meng Yuan came out because he heard that someone wanted to buy the divine connection pill. As the shopkeeper of the Stillwater Pavilion, he had to personally oversee the transaction of the divine connection pill. At the same time, he had to send a message back to the family to ask the alchemist to open the transparent box that sealed the divine connection pill. The transparent box was set up with a formation. Only powerful gods could forcibly take it away. If someone rashly destroyed the box, the divine connection pill inside would be destroyed. At the same time, it would alarm the gods of the Meng family. Therefore, no one dared to have any ideas about the divine connection pill in the Stillwater Pavilion. Those who had the strength would disdain to do so, and those who did not would not dare to do so out of fear of the Meng family. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you the shopkeeper of the Stillwater Pavilion? Yes, I'm the shopkeeper of the Stillwater Pavilion, Meng Yuan. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes nodded. At the same time, his eyes flashed. I'm also the 5th elder of the Meng family. Sir, the Divine Connection pill costs 3,000 taels of divine stones. Meng Yuan purposely reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not a wishy-washy person. In front of Meng Yuan, he directly took out the 3,000 taels of divine stones that he had obtained from the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Yuejin. It floated in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Divine senses swept over from all directions and enveloped the 3,000 taels of divine stones in the blink of an eye. 3,000 taels of divine stones. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise. After confirming that the divine stones were correct, Meng Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. At the same time, he reminded, "Sir, you can put away the divine stones now." Meng Yuan had seen 3,000 taels of divine stones before. However, this was the first time he had seen someone display it in public. Was he not afraid that someone would have ill intentions and make a move on his divine stones? Of course, although he thought so, he knew that the other party dared to do so because he had the confidence to do so. At the very least, he felt that not everyone could take out 3,000 taels of divine stones. In fact, the only people in the Meng clan who were capable of taking out 3,000 taels of divine stones were the godly spirit realm powerhouses. After seeing Duan Lingtian putting away the divine stones, the onlookers finally shifted their gazes away. Many of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with greed. However, despite their greed, none of them dared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. After all, they had many things to consider. It would be good if they could successfully take the divine stones away, but if they failed, they would definitely die. Moreover, how could someone who could take out so many divine stones be an ordinary person? Most of them discovered that their divine senses could not penetrate Duan Lingtian's body at all. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was higher than theirs. As for the 10 Directions Celestial Emperors, they could sense that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was similar to theirs. Even so, they did not dare to act recklessly. "Sir, please wait for a moment. If you want to retrieve the Divine Transcendence pills, we'll need the alchemist from the Meng clan to crack the formation and open the box." At this moment, Meng Yuan's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had become much more courteous. "I'll contact the alchemist from the Meng clan now. Sir, please follow me to examine the Divine Transcendence pills." As soon as Meng Yuan finished speaking, he led Duan Lingtian to the place where the Divine Transcendence pills were kept. It was a corner of the still water pavilion that was initially crowded with people. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian and Meng Yuan approaching, they automatically made way for them. After a short moment, a medicinal pill that flowed with flowing lights appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in a transparent box on an exquisite counter at the corner of the still water pavilion. Chapter 3606. Duan Lingtian had heard about the Divine Transcendence pill from the world Cleansing Divine Water when he was still in the Devata realm. The Divine Transcendence pill could only be refined with specific medicinal herbs in the realms of gods. Moreover, the refiner had to be able to control the divine flame that was condensed from divine energy to successfully refine the Divine Transcendence pill. Naturally, any qualified alchemist in the realms of gods would be able to control the divine flame with ease. Alchemists might not be proficient in the law of fire, but they would at least be proficient in the law of fire. After all, only gods who were proficient in the law of fire were qualified to become alchemists in the realms of gods. Alchemists in the realms of gods were also known as divine alchemists. The transcendence elixir is brown in color with light flowing around it. It's like the wind, the tiger, the cloud, and the dragon. The most important feature is that on its elixir body, there are elixir markings that look like they were cut by silk. It's natural. If the markings were added later, it would be easy to recognize them. The world cleansing divine water's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's mind. When Duan Lingtian looked at the pill in the box, he could see every feature the world cleansing divine water had described. The pill inscriptions on the pill were natural, and there were no signs of it being added later. It was clear the Divine Transcendence pill was genuine. Duan Lingtian was not surprised. In fact, he felt it was only natural. After all, the Divine Transcendence pill was sold by the Meng clan, one of the 4 strongest forces in Mountain View City. Moreover, the Meng clan was selling the Divine Transcendence pill in their own alchemy store. If the Divine Transcendence pill was fake, it would be a huge blow to the Meng clan. If the Meng clan sold a fake Divine Transcendence pill, people would have to think twice before buying a fake Divine Transcendence pill in the future. Even if the Meng clan stopped selling fake Divine Transcendence pills in the future, the other 3 forces would not let go of this opportunity to suppress the Meng clan. At that time, they could easily send people to the Meng clan's alchemy store to buy a fake Divine Transcendence pill and slander the Meng clan. Some things, once they happened once, would leave a strong impression. By then, it would be too late for the Meng family to defend themselves. For this reason, it was impossible for the Meng clan's Waterstop Pavilion to sell fake Divine Transcendence pills. It was impossible for ordinary Divine Transcendence pills to sell fake Divine Transcendence pills. Who's he? He's a mere 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, and yet he's so rich? He should be someone from the outside. I have never heard of such a person in the surroundings of Mountain Overlook City. He bought the Divine Elixir. Could it be that he wants to break through to the deity realm? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood there calmly, waiting for the arrival of the Meng clan's divine alchemist. During this process, the shopkeeper of the Still Water Pavilion, the elder of the Meng family, Meng Yuan, also inquired about Duan Lingtian's background out of curiosity. To this, Duan Lingtian's response was the same as in the Huichun Pavilion. Heavenly Illumination Sect. Of course, because Meng Yuan did not probe further, he did not mention Yi Beiyuan again. Moreover, even if he mentioned Yi Beiyuan, Meng Yuan might not know. Heavenly Illumination Sect. He is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination Sect. After Duan Lingtian revealed his identity, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Some people were puzzled. Why would a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple lack something like the Divine Illumination Pill? As far as I know, any disciple of a godly emperor sect can get a Divine Connection Pill when they break through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm. The Heavenly Illumination Sect isn't that stingy, right? Some people were also puzzled. Perhaps he didn't have time to return to the Heavenly Illumination Sect after breaking through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian did not say anything, but someone had already found an excuse for him. This excuse was, without a doubt, the best one. Soon after, the Meng clan's divine alchemist arrived. He was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as he entered the Still Water Pavilion, Meng Yuan greeted him warmly. Fourth granduncle. The Meng clan's divine alchemist was also a god and a pillar of the Meng clan. Under normal circumstances, it was a waste of talent for a divine alchemist to stay in a clan like the Meng clan unless he was a member of the Meng clan. However, the Meng clan's divine alchemist was indeed a member of the Meng clan. Moreover, he was from the same branch as Meng Yuan. The Meng clan's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu. Meng Qiyu is not only a divine alchemist of the Meng clan, but he's also a lesser divine alchemist of the Meng clan. Meng Qiyu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the Still Water Pavilion. Many people stared at Meng Qiyu with bright eyes. Pudong. Before Meng Qiyu could approach the Duan Lingtian, a figure jumped out from the side and knelt in front of Meng Qiyu, kowtowing 3 times. Alchemist Meng, I've always regarded you as my idol. It's my great fortune to be able to see you in person today. I wish to become your disciple. Please allow me. The one who knelt on the ground was a middle-aged man. From his words, it was obvious that he wanted to become Meng Qiyu's disciple. Seeing this scene, boos sounded from all directions. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was someone who wanted to form a relationship with Meng Qiyu. Becoming Meng Qiyu's disciple was equivalent to gaining an additional protective umbrella. As long as he didn't leave the vicinity of Mountainside City, he could flaunt his prowess under Meng Qiyu's name. I've heard people say that someone once shamelessly knelt in front of the Qian clan's divine alchemist, wanting to become his disciple. In the end, he was mercilessly rejected. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it's true. There really is someone who is that shameless. Someone mocked. Although it's a little shameless, if he succeeds, he'll be able to change his fate and the fate of his family. At this moment, more people were looking at the kneeling middle-aged man with a mocking expression. Just as Meng Yuan frowned and was about to make a move, Meng Qiyu stopped in his tracks and glanced at the kneeling middle-aged man indifferently. Your bone age is over 10,000 years old. You're not even a 10 Directions celestial emperor. Someone like you wants to become my disciple? Dream on. Meng Qiyu sneered. Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qiyu moved again. Alchemist Meng, please give me a chance. The middle-aged man continued to kneel on the ground with his head on the ground. He didn't see Meng Qiyu's actions at all, nor did he realize the danger that was about to befall him. He even thought that Meng Qiyu was just joking. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Meng Qiyu finally took a step forward. Boom! Just as Meng Qiyu's foot landed, a condensed and terrifying flame instantly swept out from his foot and enveloped the kneeling middle-aged man in front of him in the blink of an eye. Ah! The mournful cries were short-lived. In just a blink of an eye, the flame that shrouded the middle-aged man disappeared without a trace. Only a faint burnt smell lingered in the air. The entire place fell silent. Many people felt their scalps go numb. I've long heard that the divine alchemist of the Meng clan made a name for himself when he was young because of his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's true. It seems like the passage of time isn't enough to erase his viciousness. At this moment, some people had forgotten about Meng Qiyu's current reputation and recalled his fierce reputation in the past. Although most people felt that even if the middle-aged man was rude, it was enough to teach him a lesson. No matter what, he did not deserve to die. However, at this moment, no one said anything. Even Duan Lingtian only frowned. Not to mention that he had not become a god yet and did not have the ability to stop all this. Even if he had the ability, he would not interfere. The middle-aged man's actions also disgusted him. If he were Meng Qiyu, even if he did not kill him, he would definitely teach him a lesson so that he would not dare to do such things in the future. Young friend Lingtian. Meng Qiyu walked up to Duan Lingtian as if nothing had happened and smiled at him. Meng Yuan has already told me your identity. I'm the divine alchemist of the Meng clan, the supreme elder of the Meng clan, Meng Qiyu. I'll have to trouble Elder Meng Qiyu to make a trip. Duan Lingtian nodded and asked bluntly, I'll give the 3,000 divine stones directly to you, Elder Meng Qiyu. You can give it to me. Meng Qiyu nodded and smiled. It seems that young friend Ling Tian is in a hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Qiyu took out the divine elixir and handed it to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to reach out to take the divine elixir, he sensed a terrifying force sweeping over from afar. Its target was the divine elixir in Meng Qiyu's hand. A god expert. Duan Lingtian's expression froze and he immediately retreated, not daring to face the attack head-on. At the same time, the fierce force rushing toward him and the thunderous voice made him realize that the other party was a god who was proficient in the law of thunder. His target was the divine elixir. The divine elixir was worth 3,000 divine stones. It was enough to attract some lesser gods to risk their lives and fight for it. Pumph! Meng Qiyu snorted and put away the divine elixir with lightning speed. Then, he pushed out his palm and a vast power of fire swept out. It met the power of thunder and lightning and collided with it. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying force exploded and shook the still water pavilion, causing ripples to appear in the void. It was obvious that the formations in the still water pavilion had been activated. In a place like the still water pavilion, there were many elixirs, and there was no lack of them. Therefore, the Meng family had also set up some formations here that could withstand a certain amount of force. A fight between lesser gods was enough to destroy these formations. How dare you snatch something from the Meng family? How dare you? Meng Qiyu sneered. Then, with a sway of his body, he chased out of the still water pavilion. At the same time, in the still water pavilion, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard a commotion coming from outside. Meng Qiyu's voice was heard again not long after. You can't escape. Hearing Meng Qiyu's voice, Everyone in the still water pavilion finally came to their senses and quickly rushed out to join in the fun. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, followed along. He was determined to get the divine elixir in Meng Qiyu's hands. With the divine elixir, given his current cultivation progress, he had more than a 70% chance of breaking through to godhood. Chapter 3607. When Duan Ling Tian followed the crowd out, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Meng Qiu returned under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Moreover, he was carrying a person in his hand. It was an old man in a light gray robe. Blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth, and his aura was weak. He was on the verge of death. His eyes were filled with indignation. With your strength as an ordinary lesser deity, it would be difficult for you to escape from under my nose even if you were at your peak. Besides, your old injuries haven't healed. Even if you fight with all your might, you can only unleash 70 to 80% of your full strength. How dare you try to snatch the Meng family's divine pills with that kind of strength? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. When Meng Qiu returned to the still water pavilion, he casually threw the old man to the ground and raised his hand to slap him to death. However, he did not make the old man disappear completely from this world like he did to the middle-aged man who had rashly knelt in front of him and blocked his way. He left the old man's body intact. Lesser deity? Many people had not realized it just now. Now that they heard Meng Qiu's words and recalled the aura that had escaped from the old man's body before he died, they could not help but gasp. This was actually a lesser deity. But now he was dead. This divine alchemist from the Meng family is so strong. This divine alchemist had a great reputation before he became a deity. However, ever since he became a deity, he has been living in seclusion. It is said that he is studying the art of refining pills. Gradually, no one knew how strong he was. Some even said that he was the weakest among the lesser deities in the Meng family. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying when he attacked? If he was just an ordinary lesser deity, this person would not be weaker than him at his peak. Even if he could only unleash 70 to 80% of his strength due to his injuries, he would not have died at his hands. In terms of strength, this divine alchemist from the Meng family is probably not a match for the other lesser deities in the Meng family. Beside Duan Ling Tian, a group of people walked out of the still water pavilion. After the initial shock, they could not help but whisper among themselves. I didn't expect our mountainside city to have such a lesser deity. How surprising. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Where did this lesser deity come from? The corpse's appearance was complete, but no one in the crowd recognized him. However, he was a lesser deity after all, and his death still caused a certain amount of commotion. At the same time, in a corner of the crowd where no one was paying attention to, a young man stood there expressionlessly. His gaze never left the corpse. If someone looked closely at him, they would see that his body was trembling slightly. The young man was dressed in green. He had an ordinary face and a medium build. There was nothing outstanding about him. However, when such a person looked at the corpse on the ground, there was a trace of imperceptible regret in the depths of his eyes. Fortunately, no one was paying special attention to him right now. Otherwise, they would definitely notice his abnormality. Even the Duan Ling Tian did not notice his presence. At present, the Duan Ling Tian was reaching out to take the divine ascension pill from Meng Qiu as he listened to Meng Qiu's apology. My young friend Ling Tian, I'm really sorry to have startled you. However, this divine ascension pill can be said to have been stained with the blood of a lesser deity. This is a good sign. My young friend Ling Tian, who knows, you might directly break through to deification after consuming it. Meng Qiu smiled. The current Meng Qiu had a calm expression and a gentle smile. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this was the person who had just killed a lesser deity. Thank you for your kind words, Alchemist Meng. When the Duan Ling Tian received the divine ascension pill, he also handed 3,000 divine stones to Meng Qiu in front of everyone. The latter also accepted it with a smile. Right after that, the Duan Ling Tian swallowed the divine ascension pill in his hand in front of everyone. This also attracted the attention of everyone present. In fact, when the Divine Ascension Pill was in the hands of the Duan Ling Tian, the eyes of the onlookers never left the Divine Ascension Pill in his hands. Many of their eyes were filled with intense greed. However, their greed completely disappeared after the Duan Ling Tian swallowed the Divine Ascension Pill in front of everyone. This was because this also meant that even if they killed the Duan Ling Tian, they would not be able to obtain the Divine Ascension Pill. Of course, there were also some people who were thinking, since this young man can take out 3,000 divine stones to buy the Divine Ascension Pill, does this mean that he has more divine stones in his hands? At the thought of this, many people became greedy again. However, when they saw the corpse of the lesser deity lying on the ground, their hearts sank again. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the Duan Ling Tian and Meng Qiu left and disappeared before their eyes. From beginning to end, no one dared to follow them. They were all worried that Meng Qiu would attack the people who were tailing the Duan Ling Tian. Take care of it. After Meng Qiu watched the Duan Ling Tian leave, his originally gentle expression turned solemn in an instant. After bidding farewell to Meng Yuan, he left at once. Naturally, he had intentionally left the corpse of the lesser deity behind. By doing so, firstly, it would showcase Meng Qiu's strength. Secondly, it would build momentum for the Meng clan and allow others to gain a better understanding of the Meng clan. Even a lesser deity in the Meng clan could easily kill lesser deities outside. After the Duan Ling Tian and Meng Qiu left one after another, the inconspicuous young man in green standing in the crowd turned around and walked into a deserted alley. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Meng Qiu, the Meng family, Duan Lington. One day, I will make all of you pay with your blood. This young man in green was the descendant of the lesser deity Meng Qiu had just killed. His name was Luo Tengyun. He was only a little over 1,000 years old, but his cultivation base had already reached the level of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. He had even cultivated to the peak of the demigod realm. He was only one step away from successfully breaking through to become a deity. The lesser deity who had died was his grand ancestor. In fact, apart from his ancestor, the rest of the people in his lineage were mediocre. It was difficult for them to even produce a celestial emperor. His ancestor was overjoyed that an exception like him had appeared. It was also because of this that his ancestor had spent so much effort to nurture him, allowing him to achieve his current level of attainment in just a little over 1,000 years old. A few months ago, when the Divine Transcendence Pill had appeared in the Meng family of Mountain Overlook City, his ancestor had set his eyes on it. However, although his ancestor was a lesser deity, he did not have 3,000 taels of divine stones with him. Since he did not have enough divine stones, his ancestor had thought of ways to gather them. He had thought that it would be fine as long as he could gather 3,000 taels of divine stones before the Divine Transcendence Pill was sold. However, plans could not keep up with changes. They had never imagined that a Heaven Illumination sect disciple would appear out of nowhere and take out enough divine stones to purchase the Divine Transcendence Pill. Seeing that the Divine Transcendence Pill was about to fall into someone else's hands, his ancestor could no longer hold himself back and made his move. Although he could have waited for the Heaven Illumination sect disciple to obtain the Divine Transcendence Pill before making his move, it was not safe to do so. This was because no one could be certain that the other party would not consume the Divine Transcendence Pill as soon as he obtained it, and the possibility of that happening was very high. However, even he did not expect that his ancestor would die on the spot when he made his move. The Meng family's divine pill master, Meng Qiu, was said to be the weakest deity in the Meng family by the people of Mountain Overlook City. He was not as incompetent as the public made him out to be. In fact, there might not even be a lesser deity in the Meng family who could match up to him. An erroneous piece of information had ended the life of his ancestor. A single Divine Transcendence Pill had cost his ancestor his life. He wanted revenge. Everything he had was given to him by his ancestor. Now that his ancestor had died because of someone else, he would not let anyone who was involved in this matter off. Luo Tengyun left Mountain Overlook City on that very day with hatred in his heart. The day he ascended to godhood would be the day he returned to Mountain Overlook City. He was confident in himself. His cultivation talent was not his most outstanding aspect. His most outstanding aspect was his comprehension ability, the ability to comprehend the profundities of laws. The profundities of laws he had comprehended now had far surpassed his ancestors. As long as he ascended to godhood, he would not fear even those intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City. The day he returned to godhood would be the day of bloodshed in Mountain Overlook City. Duan Lingtian did not know that he had been targeted by a super genius from the vicinity of Mountain Overlook City. Furthermore, the genius viewed him as a mortal enemy. An invincible demigod who had the confidence to sweep through Mountain Overlook City after ascending to godhood. In the vicinity of Mountain Overlook City, the genius could even be called a peerless genius, let alone a super genius. This was because there had never been such an outstanding existence in the history of Mountain Overlook City and its vicinity. After Duan Lingtian returned to the inn, he returned to his room to digest the medicinal effects of the Divine Transcendence pill. On the way back, he could faintly sense that the final bottleneck on his path to godhood had loosened. The day of godhood was not far away. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Mountain Overlook City, which was originally as tranquil as stagnant water, was thoroughly bustling with activity. To the people of Mountain Overlook City, the second young master of the Qian family, Qian Fei, leading a group of deity experts to annihilate a village branch in the Endless Mountains was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. However, the appearance of a Heaven Illumination sect disciple in Mountain Overlook City was a major matter worthy of praise. Similarly, the matter of the Meng family's divine alchemist Meng Qiu killing a lesser deity who wanted to snatch the divine transcendence pill was also a major matter. Qian family estate. Second son, I heard that you recently went to the Endless Mountains and annihilated the southern manor branch of the Duan Manor for the sake of your newly married concubine? Qian family patriarch Qian Yuejin looked at his second son, Qian Fei, and asked with a slight frown. Yes, father. Qian Fei was arrogant and despotic outside, but in front of his father, he was extremely obedient and docile like a cat. You're usually bossy and despotic, but as long as you don't provoke someone you shouldn't, it's fine. Qian Yuejin's face suddenly darkened as he said in a deep voice, recently, a Heaven Illumination sect disciple came to Mountain Overlook City. He's staying at the Carefree Inn under the Celestial sect. You must not offend or provoke him. If you provoke him, no one in the Qian family can protect you, including me. As he spoke, Qian Yuejin's tone became increasingly solemn. Chapter 3608. Don't worry, father. I'm not that stupid. Qian Fei shook his head with a smile. Don't go out during this period of time if you can. Qian Yuejin glared at Qian Fei. Don't you know how far behind your elder brother is in your cultivation base? If you continue like this, you won't have the heart to be the clan leader. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to become an elder of the Qian clan. Qian Fei's elder brother, Qian Teng, the first young master of the Qian clan, was the next clan leader of the Qian clan. Unlike Qian Fei's arrogance, Qian Teng was a cultivation maniac. Although he was not even 3,000 years old, he was already a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He was only half a step away from becoming a 10 directions celestial emperor. He could break through to become a 10 directions celestial emperor and become a demigod at any time. With elder brother around, father, are you afraid that I won't be able to become an elder? Qian Fei said nonchalantly. Qian Yuejin was infuriated when he saw his second son's lack of improvement. He cursed, "You're such a spineless brat. Get lost." However, Qian Fei seemed to be used to it. He did not mind and chuckled as he left. The sternness in Qian Yuejin's eyes disappeared when he saw his second son leaving. It was replaced by a doting expression. He had 2 sons. Although his eldest son was talented and would become the clan leader of the Qian clan in the future, he was too old-fashioned and reserved. He was not as sweet as his second son. Of his 2 sons, his eldest son, Qian Teng, made him proud. However, he still doted on his second son, Qian Fei. I called my second son over to give him a warning. Perhaps it's because the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple also has the surname Duan. Qian Yuejin thought to himself after Qian Fei left. In fact, even if he did not warn his second son, he knew his second son would not easily offend the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple. This was one of the reasons why he allowed his second son to do whatever he wanted. His second son's judgment was average, but the lesser deity next to him had very good judgment. As a result, his second son had never provoked anyone he shouldn't have all these years. He was not worried about this. The reason why he called his second son, Qian Fei, over today was because Qian Fei had recently annihilated a branch of a village in the Endless Mountain. The people in that village had the same surname as the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple. After all, the Heavenly Illumination sect's reputation is too great. It's making me worry for nothing. Qian Yuejin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After the Meng clan's only divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu, returned to the Meng clan's estate from the Waterstop Pavilion, he learned that a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple had appeared in Mountain Overlook City. Even the other two great sects in Mountain Overlook City, the Morning Cloud sect and the Celestial sect, knew that a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple had come to Mountain Overlook City. Although the Heavenly Illumination sect was far away from them, it would only be beneficial for them to be on good terms with the World Margin sect's disciples. Including the Qian clan and the Meng clan, the four major powers of Mountain Overlook City had sent people to keep an eye on the Carefree Inn. As soon as the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple came out of his closed-door cultivation, they would send him an invitation to build a good relationship with him. When he grew stronger in the future, they might be able to rely on this relationship to reach a higher level. In the realms of gods, no matter if it was a clan or a sect, as long as there was a chance to advance, they would not miss it. In fact, many of the older generation experts who walked out of their clans would choose to join a powerful force as a servant or slave because they realized that it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. However, it would be difficult for them to borrow the other party's influence if they became a servant or slave to a powerful force. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivating and digesting the medicinal efficacy of the Divine Transcendence pill in his body. At the same time, he felt that the final bottleneck to godhood was loosening. Just a little more and he would be able to successfully become a god. However, it was this step that made Duan Lingtian patiently charge forward again and again. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Outside Mountain Overlook City, an aged figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. He was skinny, had an aged face, and had white hair and white brows. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he stared at Mountain Overlook City that was getting closer and closer. I haven't been back for a long time. The last time I left, it seems to have been 10,000 years, right? The old man muttered to himself. Then, he walked towards a mansion in Mountain Overlook City. That mansion was the Qian clan's mansion. At this very moment, the Qian clan's mansion wasn't peaceful. Duan Lingtian, the person that the four major forces of Mountain Overlook City wanted nothing more than to curry favor with, had ignored the invitation of the four major forces stationed at the Carefree Inn and directly arrived at the entrance of the Qian clan's mansion. The people from the four major forces who had been ordered to invite him followed behind him. They looked at his back in bewilderment, not knowing why he had come to the Qian clan's mansion without a word. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw him flying into the Qian clan's mansion. Then, an indifferent voice resounded throughout the Qian clan's mansion and into their ears. "Qian Fei, get out here." This voice caused the people from the Qian clan who had followed Duan Lingtian here to be completely dumbfounded. How did the second young master provoke this malefic star? Didn't this malefic star enter the Carefree Inn to cultivate in seclusion after purchasing the Divine Transcendence pills and only come out today? This person from the Qian clan was an elder of the Qian clan. He had been ordered by the patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin, to guard the Carefree Inn and wait for the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, to come out of seclusion so that he could invite Duan Lingtian to the Qian clan as a guest. However, he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would ignore him and the people from the other three major forces and directly come to the Qian clan's mansion. Following that, this was what happened. Qian Fei? Isn't that the second young master of the Qian clan? The second young master of the Qian clan, Qian Fei, offended this person. Unlike the people from the Qian clan who were dumbfounded, the eyes of the people from the other three major forces who came to invite Duan Lingtian lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. When the three of them looked at the people from the Qian clan who were not far away, their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Qian Huan, the second young master of your Qian clan, is really powerful. He even dares to offend a Heaven Illumination sect's outstanding disciple. This time, I'm afraid your Qian clan will have to abandon that good-for-nothing young master. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. The patriarch of the Qian clan is responsible for this matter as well. Faced with the three people's schadenfreude, the Qian clan's elder, Qian Huan, stepped into the air with a gloomy expression and approached Duan Lingtian. He wanted to ask Duan Lingtian how the second young master of the Qian clan, Qian Fei, had offended him. However, before he did, many people from the Qian clan's mansion had already stepped into the air. The person in the lead was the patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin. Young Master Duan? Earlier, Qian Yuejin felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. Now that he had stepped into the air and approached, he recognized the other party with a single glance. It was the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple who had exchanged 3,000 divine stones at the Rejuvenation House under the Qian clan, Duan Lingtian. However, at that time, he had appeared as the Grand Elder of the Qian clan, Qian He. Perhaps, the other party still thought that he was the Grand Elder of the Qian clan, Qian He. Should I address you as Grand Elder Qian He or Patriarch Qian Yuejin? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Qian Yuejin and asked indifferently. His question instantly caused Qian Yuejin's expression to change slightly. You already know? When you first appeared, I already knew. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, now that you mention it, even though I hadn't been in Mountain Overlook City for long, I'd heard many people mention you, Patriarch Qian, and your Grand Elder, Qian He. Your appearance doesn't match the Grand Elder of the Qian clan, Qian He, but you're no different from the Patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin. If I'm not mistaken, the person behind you is the Grand Elder of the Qian clan, Qian He, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on an old man behind Qian Yuejin. This old man stood at the front of the group and followed closely behind Qian Yuejin. He was the Grand Elder of the Qian clan, Qian He. He was also the other lesser divine spirit of the Qian clan. Patriarch. At this moment, Qian Huan, the Qian clan's elder who had followed Duan Lingtian here, communicated with Qian Yuejin through voice transmission and informed him that Duan Lingtian had come looking for them as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. He came looking for us as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation? Qian Yuejin narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Qian Huan's voice transmission. As far as he knew, Duan Lingtian, the Heaven Illumination sect's disciple, had returned to the Carefree Inn to cultivate in seclusion after purchasing the divine connection pills from the Meng clan and consuming them. During this process, Qian Huan, whom he had sent out, had been keeping an eye on Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for him not to know if Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation. In other words, my second brother offended him before I met him? When Qian Yuejin thought of this and recalled Duan Lingtian's unfriendly tone, he felt his scalp go numb. He did not expect his son to have offended Duan Lingtian so early on. Perhaps his son had not realized Duan Lingtian's identity at that time? Young Master Duan. Qian Yuejin forced a smile on his face. May I know how my unfilial son offended you? Duan Lingtian glanced at Qian Yuejin nonchalantly. Patriarch Qian, regarding this matter, I think it's better for Qian Fei to tell you personally. Qian Fei. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Qian Fei again, everyone in the Qian clan snapped out of their daze. They looked around but did not see Qian Fei. Where's the second young master? Many of the Qian clan members who rose into the air and surrounded Qian Yuejin were frowning. Qian Fei had caused trouble and offended someone from the Heaven Illumination sect, a God Emperor force. Why was he hiding now? Did Qian Fei want to drag the entire Qian clan down with him? Most of them were filled with resentment. Uncle Qian Qiu, bring Qian Fei here. Qian Yuejin took a deep breath when he sensed the resentment from many of his clansmen. Then, he sent a message to the lower-rank deity next to Qian Fei. This lower-rank deity was also an elder of his lineage. Naturally, Qian Qiu was no match for him in terms of strength. While Qian Yuejin was sending a message to Qian Qiu, a few figures flew toward the Qian clan's mansion from 3 different directions. Chapter 3609. The Meng Family and the Morning Cloud Sect and Celestial Sect. The members of the Qian family quickly identified the 3 groups of people. They were from the other 3 major forces of Mountain Overlook City, and the leaders of the 3 major forces were not ordinary people. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu. The patriarch of the Morning Cloud Sect, Sima Kongming. The patriarch of the Celestial Sect, Zhao Yifeng. These 3 fellows? Are they here to watch the show? The patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, had an ugly expression on his face when he saw the leaders of the 3 groups of people. It was obvious that the 3 of them were here to watch the show. He did not think that the 3 of them were here to help him. In front of a colossus like the Heavenly Illumination sect, they would not dare to have any objections even if the 3 families joined forces to destroy the Qian family. As for helping the Qian family fight against the Heavenly Illumination sect, they would not dare to do such a thing even if they were given 100 guts. Little friend Ling Tian, we meet again. A voice sounded. The divine alchemist of the Meng family, Meng Qiu, had also arrived. He followed closely behind the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, and took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian with a smile. At the same time, the members of the Meng family were the first to approach Duan Ling Tian. Alchemist Meng. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face. Although he had only made a deal with Meng Nianyu, it was the divine transcendence pill that allowed him to successfully become a god 3 months later. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had made a breakthrough a few days ago, but he had not come out of seclusion because he was familiarizing himself with the divine power in his body. He only came out of seclusion today when he felt that the divine power was like an extension of his arm. The first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to come to the Qian family to seek justice for the Duan family manor and the southern manor. After this matter was over, he planned to leave Mountain Overlook City and head to a wider world. With his current strength, there was no point in staying in Mountain Overlook City. Young friend Ling Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is the head of the Meng family. Relying on the fact that he had met Duan Ling Tian before, Meng Qiu took the initiative to get close to Duan Ling Tian, causing the people from Cloud Morning Sect and Celestial Sect to be unable to do anything even if they wanted to. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu, immediately greeted Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, I am the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Nianyu. Patriarch Meng. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at Meng Nianyu. At that moment, the sect leaders of the Cloud Morning Sect and the Celestial Martial Sect finally could not hold it in anymore. They both took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. Young Master Duan, I'm the sect leader of the Cloud Morning Sect, Sima Kongming. The sect master of Cloud Morning Sect was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He had an elegant temperament and held a folding fan in his hand. He greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Young Master Duan, I'm the sect leader of the Celestial Martial Sect, Zhao Yifeng. The sect leader of the Celestial Martial Sect had a medium build. He was dressed plainly and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with a light that made everything around him pale in comparison, giving off a sharp feeling. Young Master Duan, may I know how Qian Fei from the Qian family offended you? Do you need my Celestial Martial Sect's help? After Zhao Yifeng introduced himself, he took the initiative to express his opinion. When Zhao Yifeng expressed his opinion, the patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin's expression instantly changed. Sect leader Zhao, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Right now, everything might just be a misunderstanding. I believe that my second son, Qian Fei, does not have the guts to offend young Master Duan. If he really offended young Master Duan, I can kill him myself." When he reached the end of his sentence, Qian Yuejin's tone became solemn. He was also expressing that he and the Qian family were not willing to offend Duan Lingtian, a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. When Qian Yuejin expressed his opinion, the patriarch of the Meng family and the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect, who originally wanted to follow Zhao Yifeng's example and express their intention to help Duan Lingtian, were forcefully stopped before they could open their mouths. At this moment, both of them could not help but regret not speaking before Zhao Yifeng. They both felt that Zhao Yifeng's words would definitely have won the favor of this Heaven Illumination sect disciple. If this Heaven Illumination sect disciple interfered in the matters of Mountain Overlook City in the future, the Celestial Martial sect would have the upper hand. When they thought of this, both of their expressions turned slightly ugly. Until now, the four major forces of Mountain Overlook City had always been evenly matched and had formed a kind of balance. If the Celestial Martial sect really obtained the help of this Heaven Illumination sect disciple, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the other three major forces. Young friend Ling Tian. Under the signal of the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Qiu smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, "After this matter is settled, our Meng family warmly invites you to be our guest. We hope you won't be stingy with your presence." Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth to reply, the sect leader of Cloud Morning sect, Sima Kongming, finally reacted and also extended an invitation to Duan Lingtian. The Cloud Morning sect also welcomes young Master Duan's presence. Our Cloud Morning sect and your Heaven Illumination sect are both sections. It just so happens that we can ask you for some advice on how to govern a sect. Let's talk about it after the matter of the Qian family is settled. Duan Lingtian said to both of them. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the sect leader of Celestial Martial sect, Zhao Yifeng, who originally wanted to invite Duan Lingtian, did not speak in the end. He thought that it would not be too late to speak after the matter here was introduced. Zhao Yifeng looked at Qian Yuejin and said impatiently, "Patriarch Qian, your second son, Qian Fei, is so arrogant. He actually dares to make young Master Duan wait here for so long." Qian Yuejin's face turned ashen, but he did not refute. If he refuted anything, he would definitely offend Duan Lingtian indirectly. He took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a smile on his face. He said to Duan Lingen, "Young Master Duan, my unfilial son is already on his way back." Qian Fei happened to follow the new concubine he took in a few months ago back to the Endless Mountains to visit family. When he sent a message to the lower-level god, Qian Qiu, by Qian Fei's side, Qian Qiu and Qian Fei were still in the Endless Mountains. Now they were already on their way back. "If I don't see your second son, Qian Fei, today, I can only blame your Qian family for what happened to him," Duan Lingtian said as he took a deep look at Qian Yuejin. Of course, he said this because he was worried that Qian Yuejin would hide Qian Fei and protect him. "Young Master Duan, my unfilial son will be here soon." Qian Yuejin's heart tightened as he quickly spoke. He did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He secretly sent a message to Qian Qiu to confirm that they were on their way back. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Moreover, I think it must be a misunderstanding," Qian Yuejin said. Qian Yuejin naturally thought it was a misunderstanding. His son probably had not even seen the person in front of him before. This was because he had specially drawn a portrait and handed it to his second son, Qian Fei, in fear that he would offend the person in front of him. At that time, his son, Qian Fei, did not show any unusual expression when he saw the portrait. He was very confident in his painting skills. Therefore, he was certain that his son, Qian Fei, had never seen this Heaven Illumination sect disciple before. Because of this, he was relieved and thought it must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? However, Duan Lingtian secretly sneered when he heard Qian Yuejin's words. What Qian Fei had done was not something that could be resolved with a mere misunderstanding. There were at least a few hundred people in the Duan clan's southern manor that were slaughtered by Qian Fei. He must kill Qian Fei today. Why is it so lively? Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, a voice suddenly came from afar. It was getting nearer and nearer. When the crowd, including Duan Lingtian, returned to their senses, an aged figure had already appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an old man in a grayish-white robe. He was skinny, had an aged face, and had white hair and white eyebrows. As soon as he appeared, his gaze landed on Qian Yuejin. His eyes lit up immediately. Yuejin? In fact, when the old man appeared, the few Qian clan members present, including Qian Yuejin, were stunned. It was only when the old man spoke that Qian Yuejin snapped back to reality. At the same time, his face flushed with excitement. Old ancestor? Am I seeing things? Old ancestor? Old ancestor. Qian Yuejin's address made those from the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect frown. When they looked at the old man again, their eyes were filled with wariness. When the old man appeared just now, they realized that he was extraordinary. His cultivation was definitely above that of an intermediate deity. Otherwise, they would not have failed to notice him. Moreover, the ancestors of the Qian clan whom Qian Yuejin addressed as Old Ancestor were usually higher deities. This was because there was an unwritten rule among the 4 major factions of Mountain Overlook City. If a higher deity was born in any of the major factions, that higher deity was not allowed to interfere in the conflicts between the factions. Otherwise, he would become a public enemy. The Qian clan was not the only one with higher deities. Moreover, as long as a message was sent, be it the patriarch of the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, or Celestial sect, they would be able to contact the old ancestor in their respective clans or sections. Therefore, they were only wary of the appearance of the Qian clan's old ancestor. They did not panic. I had something to do nearby, so I took the opportunity to go home and take a look. The old man smiled. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. At the same time, the Qian clan members present also bowed respectfully to the old man. The old man smiled at the Qian clan members and nodded. However, when he saw that there was no reaction from the Duan Lingtian, Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect, he could not help but be startled. Then he asked Qian Yuejin, "They are not from the Qian clan?" Zhao Yifeng greets Senior Qian Shuhuan. Almost at the same time as the old man spoke, Zhao Yifeng, the Celestial sect's sect master, bowed slightly to the old man and called out his name at the same time. It's been more than 10,000 years since we last met. Senior is still as elegant as ever. Qian Shuhuan. Following Zhao Yifeng's words, the Meng clan and Celestial sect members immediately reacted and bowed to the old man. Qian Shuhuan was a higher deity that had appeared in the Qian clan 10,000 years ago. At that time, they were still young and had only heard of the name of this important figure in the Qian clan. They had not seen him before, so they did not recognize him just now. Chapter 3610. Grandpa Chiu, do you think the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple is crazy? I haven't even seen him before. Why is he looking for me? Qian Fei frowned as he asked the old man beside him on the way back to Mountain Approach City after leaving the second branch of the Tai clan village. The old man was one of the Qian clan's lesser gods, Qian Qiu. After Qian Qiu received the message from Qian family's head, Qian Yuejin, he immediately brought Qian Fei back. As for the concubine that Qian Fei had taken in at the second branch of Tai family village, Tai Yu, the daughter of the second manor master of Tai family village, she did not follow them back. It was Qian Fei's decision that Tai Yu did not follow them back. This was because Qian Fei felt that even if this was a misunderstanding, he would still have to lower his head before the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. He did not want his woman to see him groveling in front of others. Therefore, he asked Tai Yu to stay in her family for the time being while he and Qian Qiu returned to Mountain Approach City to meet the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. I'm not too sure about this. However, there must be some misunderstanding. Qian Qiu shook his head and said, "After all, you have his portrait in your hands, second young master. You're not the only one who hasn't seen him before. Even I haven't seen him before. This is ridiculous, Qian Fei said unhappily. Second young master. Qian Qiu's expression turned solemn when he heard the unhappiness in Qian Fei's voice. He stared at him sternly and warned, I know you're unhappy about this, but you must remember. You can't show your unhappiness in front of the Heavenly Illumination Sect's disciple. Even if it's a misunderstanding, you must face it with a smile. The Heavenly Illumination Sect is a colossus that our Qian clan can't afford to offend. Similarly, the Heavenly Illumination Sect's disciple is also a colossus that we can't afford to offend. Qian Qiu's tone became more solemn as he spoke. Grandpa Qiu, don't worry. I'm just venting my frustrations before I see the Heavenly Illumination Sect's disciple. I'll know what to do when I see him. Who doesn't know how to act like a grandson? Even if I've never acted like a grandson before, I've seen too many people act like one in front of me. I know how to act like a grandson, Qian Fei said nonchalantly. However, although he said that, there was still some unwillingness in Qian Fei's eyes. That was because he had never been so sullen in his entire life. In the past, it was only others who pretended to be humble in front of Qian Fei. But now, she actually wanted him, Qian Fei, to act like a grandson in front of others? Of course, even though he was unwilling, he knew that he had to do it. This was because he couldn't afford to offend a Heavenly Illumination Sect disciple. In fact, he couldn't afford to offend any of the 4 major forces in Mountain Overlook City. Thinking of this, Qian Fei finally understood. It's good that you think this way, second young master. Hearing Qian Fei's words, Qian Qiu felt relieved. After all, he was really worried that Qian Fei would go against the Heavenly Illumination Sect's disciple and even denounce him because of this misunderstanding. We're here. Not long after, Qian Qiu and Qian Fei both returned to Mountain Overlook City and the vicinity of the Qian family's mansion. Just as they approached the Qian clan's mansion, the two of them discovered that not only were the people from the Qian clan present, but the people from the other 3 powers of Mountain Overlook City were also present. Now, including the Qian family, there were people from the 3 major forces surrounding an old man. That is, when Qian Qiu got closer and saw the old man's face, his eyes lit up. It's the old ancestor. Ancestor? Qian Fei was stunned. Grandpa Qiu, which ancestor? Their Qian clan had many ancestors, but they had all left the Qian clan and Mountain Overlook City. It's the old ancestor Qian Shuhuan. Qian Qiu reminded Qian Fei through voice transmission. Hearing this, Qian Fei's eyes also lit up. The old ancestor Qian Shuhuan, who was already a higher deity 10,000 years ago? Qian Fei had never seen Qian Shuhuan before because when Qian Shuhuan left the Qian clan and Mountain Overlook City, he hadn't come to this world yet. However, just because he hadn't seen him before didn't mean that he hadn't heard of him before. In the Qian clan, he often heard people mention the ancestors who had left the Qian clan. Most of them left after becoming higher deities, and this old ancestor named Qian Shuhuan was one of them. However, very few of the old ancestors who left the Qian family came back. At least, he had never heard of any ancestor returning in the few thousand years since he was born. But now an ancestor had returned? Moreover, it was an ancestor who was already a higher deity 10,000 years ago? Second young master and elder Qiu are back. Qian Fei and Qian Qiu's appearance attracted the attention of many Qian clan members. Immediately, some of the Qian clan members shifted their gazes from the old ancestor Qian Shuhuan to Qian Fei and Qian Qiu. At this moment, the Qian clan patriarch, Qian Yuejin, also looked at Qian Fei and reprimanded him. Unfilial son, hurry up and explain to young Master Duan. Qian Yuejin didn't immediately ask Qian Fei to greet Qian Shuhuan, the Qian clan's old ancestor, because he knew that even the old ancestor of the Qian clan wouldn't dare to slight a disciple of the Sky Margin sect. Moreover, the other party was a disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the valley master of the Sky Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. Among the disciples of the Sky Illumination sect, he was considered a very honorable existence. Therefore, even if his actions were somewhat rude to the old ancestor, he knew that the old ancestor wouldn't blame him for it. After all, There was a hierarchy of priorities. Qian Qiu greets the old ancestor. While Qian Yuejin was reprimanding Qian Fei, Qian Qiu had already arrived in front of Qian Shuhuan and bowed. Qian Qiu. Qian Shuhuan looked at Qian Qiu with a face full of smiles. Not bad. You've become a lower-ranked deity. You didn't disappoint your grandfather. Qian Qiu's grandfather was from the same generation as Qian Shuhuan. However, when he was still a medium-ranked deity, he was killed during an outing. No one even knew who sold him. Young Master Duan? What's going on? After greeting Qian Qiu, Qian Shuhuan's gaze fell on Qian Yuejin in confusion. After all, Qian Yuejin's words were very rude to him. After all, he was the old ancestor of the Qian clan. However, when Qian Yuejin's son arrived, Qian Yuejin didn't ask him to greet him first. Instead, he asked him to apologize to young Master Duan. Could this young Master Duan be more honorable than him in the eyes of the current patriarch of the Qian clan? While Qian Shuhuan, the old ancestor of the Qian clan, was questioning Qian Yuejin, the Qian clan's second young master, Qian Fei, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian under Qian Yuejin's signal. Young Master Duan. Although Qian Fei was fearless on the way here, he was very respectful in front of Duan Lingtian. He didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. He even felt a little fearful when he looked at Duan Lingtian's indifferent face. After all, he was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. The Heavenly Illumination sect was a famous God-Emperor level sect in the Tonglung province. Although there was no God-Emperor in the current generation, there were still some God-Emperors. It wasn't something the Qian clan could compare to. In fact, even if the old ancestors of the Qian clan left the mountain overlooked city and went to the outside world, it would be difficult for them to join a God-Emperor level sect like the Heavenly Illumination sect unless they made a breakthrough and became a God King. At most, they could join a few God-Emperor level forces. Moreover, they could only do odd jobs there. If they wanted to do better, they would have to join a God King level force. Otherwise, it would be impossible. In the plains of gods, strength spoke louder than words. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Qian Fei asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. At the same time, whether it was the Meng clan, Morning Cloud sect, or Celestial sect, all of them looked at Qian Fei with gloating eyes. They were waiting to watch a show. The Qian clan was their competitor. They couldn't wait for the Qian clan to be finished because they had offended a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. Misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Qian Fei and sneered. Since I've come to look for you personally, it's naturally not a misunderstanding. Not a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian's words scared Qian Fei so much that his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. The patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin's face also changed instantly. Not a misunderstanding? Did that mean his unfilial son had really offended Duan Lingtian? Old ancestor. At this moment, the other members of the Qian clan were introducing Duan Lingtian to Qian Shuhuan, the old ancestor who had not returned to the Qian clan for a long time. That young man in purple is a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. He's here today because the patriarch's second son, Qian Fei, offended him. Qian Shuhuan's eyes widened when he heard the members of the Qian clan. His expression changed drastically. A disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. He finally understood why the patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Yuejin, would place him behind Duan Lingtian. It turned out that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of a God-Emperor level force, the Heaven Illumination sect. Even the most ordinary disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect was not someone the Qian clan could afford to offend. The Heaven Illumination sect had strict requirements for recruiting disciples. They had to at least have the foundation of a God King. Moreover, anyone who could become a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect would be able to become a God King. He had never heard of a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect who could not become a God King. A God King, even a lesser God King, was like heaven and earth compared to a god. Take Qian Shuhuan for example. He had become a higher god 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years had passed and he still could not reach the threshold of becoming a God King. He had been stuck at a standstill. Moreover, the big shot of the God Emperor level force that he was currently in had told him that with his aptitude, it was impossible for him to become a God King unless he had a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect had the Heaven Illumination sect behind him. Sects like the Heaven Illumination sect cared a lot about their reputation. At the same time, they were very protective of their disciples. I heard from the Patriarch that young Master Duan is not an ordinary disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. An old man from the Qian clan said to Qian Shuhuan, the Patriarch said that young Master Duan is a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley Master, Lord Yi Beiyuan. A disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect cannot be compared to an ordinary disciple. A disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley Master, Lord Yi Beiyuan? Qian Shuhuan, who originally had a fearful expression, was stunned when he heard this. Lord Yi Beiyuan? Didn't his only disciple die 30 years ago? I didn't hear about him taking in any new disciples after that. Chapter 3611. It was a coincidence. 10,000 years ago, after Qian Shuhuan became a higher deity, he left the Qian family and mountain overlook city and joined a God Emperor force in Tonglung province. He did odd jobs in the library and was considered a lowly servant in that force. Although his position was lowly, he was still in a God Emperor force and could hear many things. For example, the Heaven Illumination sect was closer to the God Emperor force that Qian Shuhuan was in. To be precise, the Celestial Emperor force that Qian Shuhuan belonged to was trying to curry favor with the Heavenly Illumination sect. Therefore, they had a lot of history with the Heavenly Illumination sect. Even a servant like Qian Shuhuan had heard a lot about the Heavenly Illumination sect. The Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect and Moon Shadow Valley was Yi Beiyuan. Qian family patriarch Qian Yuejin knew this, so did Qian Shuhuan. Qian Shuhuan also knew what Qian Yuejin did not know. The Valley Master of the Heaven Illumination sect and Moon Shadow Valley, Yi Beiyuan, only had one disciple who had died 30 years ago. After that, Yi Beiyuan had never taken in another disciple. It said that Lord Yi Beiyuan entered the dimensional battlefield after losing his beloved disciple and has yet to come out. This was also what Qian Shuhuan knew. While Qian Shuhuan was lost in his thoughts, the patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, had already arrived beside the second young master of the Qian family, Qian Fei. He looked at Qian Fei and shouted, "Unfilial son, kneel down. Kneel down." When Qian Yuejin spoke, not only was Qian Fei stunned, but the others were also stunned. However, when they regained their senses, they could not help but praise Qian Yuejin's wisdom in their hearts. Kneeling was undoubtedly a way to admit defeat. Under such circumstances, even if there was no misunderstanding between Qian Fei and the Heaven Illumination sect disciple, as long as there was room for negotiation, the Heaven Illumination sect disciple should not be so stubborn. Father, however, while the others could understand, Qian Fei, as the person involved, could not understand. He did not even kneel down immediately. Instead, he stood on the spot and stared blankly at his father. In Qian Fei's opinion, kneeling in front of an outsider was a very humiliating way. However, as soon as Qian Fei spoke, Qian Yuejin made his move and forced Qian Fei to kneel down. When he realized that Qian Fei was about to resist, he warned him coldly, "If you don't want to die, kneel down." "I'm your father," Qian Yuejin said Qian Fei. Qian Yuejin's Qian Fei and kneeled down in front of Duan obediently, with his head lowered heads. He did not dare to see the other parties to see his ferocious aunt's face. Because of his extreme unwillingness, Qian Fei's body was trembling. Young Master Duan. At this moment, Qian Yuejin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a humble expression and cupped his hands before he asked, "May I know how my unfilial son offended you?" Sect. Sects. Sex realm sex. Sect. Man's heaven's a person. This was especially true for the Meng family, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect. When they heard the words of the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Shuhuan, they realized that the purple-clad young man before them was not an ordinary Heaven Illumination sect disciple. He was the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moon Shadow Valley. The other people from the three families might not know who Yi Beiyuan was. However, they had heard of the leader of the three families. He was an important person in the Heaven Illumination Sect and was a powerful middle god emperor. He had made a name for himself in Tonglung Province many years ago. However, he rarely appeared in recent years, so many people in Tonglung Province did not know of him. The southern manor of the Duan family manor in the Endless Mountains is related to me. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yuejin calmly and said indifferently, "Don't tell me that this is no longer a secret in Mountain View City and that the patriarch of the Qian family doesn't know about it." In fact, Qian Yuejin's expression had changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Qian Fei, who was trembling, stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. All of them were shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this heavenly illumination sect's disciple, who had a frightening background, would actually come here to stand up for a small village's branch. How could a branch of such a small village be related to a heaven illumination sect's elite disciple? At this moment, whether it was Qian Yuejin or Qian Fei, they all began to doubt whether they were dreaming. Swoosh. Qian Qiu's expression changed as well. He was also present when the Duan family manor and the southern manor were destroyed. Moreover, he was the one who killed the two 10 Directions celestial emperors and demigods from the Duan family manor and the southern manor. As for the others, they were killed by the people from the Tai family manor. Apart from Qian Shuhuan, everyone else who was in the know was enlightened. So it's because of this matter. Some time ago, Qian Fei annihilated the Duan family manor and the southern manor in the Endless Mountains for a concubine. This matter became a hot topic in Mountain Overlook City. Who would have thought that this matter, which is considered a small matter, would involve a Heaven Illumination sect's disciple? Moreover, he's the disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination sect's Moon Shadow Valley. Qian Fei's dead meat. It's fine if the Duan family manor and the southern manor don't have any backing. However, with such a strong backing, he's dead meat. That might not be the case. It depends on the relationship between the Duan family manor and young Master Duan. Perhaps their relationship isn't that deep? Or perhaps young Master Duan has nothing to do with the Duan family manor and only wants to take the opportunity to extort money from the Qian family? That's possible. If they're really related to young Master Duan, the Duan family manor wouldn't have to stay in the desolate Endless Mountains. The onlookers, whether they were from the Qian family or the other three families, could not help but whisper among themselves. Some of them felt that Qian Fei was dead meat while some felt that there was still room for negotiation. Young Master Duan. At this moment, the clan leader of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. "Young Master Duan, I wonder, what relationship do you have with the Duan family manor and the southern manor?" If it was an ordinary Qian family disciple, he would not even have to ask. He would have killed him immediately to give the person before him an explanation. However, the person in question was his son, his biological son. Although he had two sons, the one he doted on the most was his second son who was kneeling beside him. "I know what you're thinking." Duan Lingtian glanced at Qian Yuejin indifferently. "You're thinking that if I don't have a deep relationship with the Duan family manor and the southern manor, you'll use other things to extinguish my anger instead of letting your son, Qian Fei, die as an apology?" Qian Yuejin was silent. Indeed, he had such thoughts. However, now that Duan Lingtian had pointed it out, he had an ominous feeling. Duan Lingtian's following words proved his point. "He must die today. Of course, you can protect him if you want. However, you and the Qian family have to think this through. Once you take this step, there's no turning back for you or the Qian family." Duan Lingtian expressed his stance and gave Qian Yuejin a warning at the same time. His originally calm gaze became much more profound, causing Qian Yuejin's expression to change drastically. "Clan leader." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Qian family members' expressions changed abruptly. Immediately, a Qian family elder stepped forward and pleaded in a deep voice, "Please prioritize the family." Clan leader, please prioritize the family. Clan leader. Other than a few people including Qian Qiu, everyone in the Qian family bowed to the clan leader of the Qian family, Qian Yuejing. Obviously, they wanted him to kill Qian Fei to appease Duan Lingtian's anger. Qian Yuejing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as though he had aged a lot in an instant. Then, he glanced at his trembling son who was kneeling beside him. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Qian Fei happened to raise his head and see his father's determined gaze. His father had raised his hand and was about to strike. Qian Fei was so frightened that his face turned pale. Father, don't. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Father, you can't kill me. Qian Fei's voice trembled, and his tone was filled with fear. However, when he saw Qian Yuejing's determined expression and was unmoved, he hurriedly looked at Qian Qiu. Grandfather Qiu, save me. Whoosh. Almost at the same time as Qian Fei finished speaking, Qian Qiu moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qian Yuejing and blocked him. Elder Qiu. Qian Yuejing had a bitter expression on his face. Naturally, he knew Elder Qiu's feelings for his son, Qian Fei. It was no less than his feelings for his son. Qian Yuejing instinctively thought Elder Qiu wanted to protect his son. Therefore, his tone became much more bitter. Qian Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Everyone in the Qian clan's expression turned grim. They were about to reprimand Qian Qiu and tell him not to drag the entire Qian clan down because of Qian Fei. Qian Qiu was the first to speak. Clan leader, I'm also responsible for destroying the Duan clan's southern manor. After I kill the second young master with my own hands, I'll commit suicide on the spot to appease young Master Duan's anger. The moment Qian Qiu spoke, the expressions of the people in the Qian clan softened. However, there were even more people who looked regretful. Qian Qiu was their Qian clan's godly spirit realm powerhouse. If he died, it would be equivalent to their Qian clan losing a godly spirit realm powerhouse. At this moment, the way they looked at Qian Fei became even more disgusted. It was bad enough that this good-for-nothing rich kid had caused his own death, but he actually wanted to kill their Qian clan's godly spirit realm powerhouse, Elder Qian Qiu. Grandfather Qiu. When Qian Fei saw Qian Qiu stepping forward, he thought he had a chance of escaping this calamity. However, when he heard Qian Qiu's words, he was completely dumbfounded. In just a blink of an eye, his face and eyes were filled with despair. Qian Qiu raised his hand and gathered his divine energy. The wind and clouds stirred. Wait a minute. Just as Qian Qiu was about to kill Qian Fei, a voice rang and stopped him. It was the Qian clan's old ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, who had been silent all this while. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, Sir, are you really Lord Yi Beiyuan's disciple? However, as far as I know, Lord Yi Beiyuan's only disciple died 30 years ago. Chapter 36:12. No one expected the Qian family's ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, to speak at this moment. Moreover, he questioned Duan Lingtian's identity. The only disciple of Yi Beiyuan, the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moonshadow Valley, had died 30 years ago? Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Could this so-called Heaven Illumination Sect disciple be an imposter? Imposter? You must be an imposter. Qian family's second young master, Qian Fei, who had been in complete despair, seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw when he heard Qian Shuhuan's words. He shouted loudly in the quiet environment, How dare you impersonate a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple? You're courting death. You're courting death. Qian Fei seemed to want to use all his strength to prove that Duan Lingtian's identity was fake. At this moment, the Qian family's patriarch, Qian Yuejing, looked at Duan Lingtian with suspicion. The reason he was sure that Duan Lingtian was a Heaven Illumination Sect disciple was not only because Duan Lingtian had introduced himself, but also because Duan Lingtian had mentioned the Valley Master of Heaven Illumination Sect's Moonshadow Valley and said that he was their disciple. Now that he thought about it, it did not mean much. He believed it because he subconsciously felt that no one would dare to impersonate a Heaven Illumination sect disciple because it was tantamount to suicide in Tonglung province. A God Emperor level sect like the Heaven Illumination sect would not allow anyone to impersonate their disciples. Otherwise, anyone could impersonate a Heaven Illumination sect disciple and cause trouble everywhere to tarnish the sect's reputation. I hope he's really not a Heaven Illumination sect disciple. At this moment, Qian Yuejin was praying in his heart. Once he could confirm that Duan Lingtian was not a Heaven Illumination sect disciple, his most beloved son would not have to die and the Qian family would not have to worry about offending the Heaven Illumination sect. At this moment, Qian Yuejin was not the only one staring at Duan Lingtian. Even the rest of the Qian family were staring at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. Naturally, they did not wish for the other party to be a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple. However, they did not dare to conclude that the other party was not a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple just because of what their ancestor said. This was because even their ancestor was not sure if the other party was an impostor. He merely said what he knew. When the people from the Meng family, Cloud Morning sect, and Celestial sect looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, they looked forward to the development of the situation. They all wanted to see, was this Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple a real Heavenly Illumination sect disciple or a fake? You know my teacher that well? Under the questioning gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, he glanced at Qian Shuhuan and asked, Qian Shuhuan left Mountain Overlook City 10,000 years ago and entered the Divine Emperor sect, the Huaiyue sect. The Huaiyue sect has a good relationship with the Heavenly Illumination sect, so I know a few things about the Heavenly Illumination sect. Qian Shuhuan looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, Young man, it's not a small matter to impersonate a Heaven Illumination sect disciple. Impersonate? Duan Lingtian smiled. You're just a higher deity who hasn't broken through to the godly king realm in 10,000 years. Even if you entered a Divine Emperor sect, I'm afraid you're just an errand boy, right? You're just an errand boy in the Huaiyue sect. How dare you question my identity as Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's words caused Qian Shuhuan's face to darken completely. Young man, if you're really a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple, the Qian family will execute Qian Fei today to give you justice. However, if you're not a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple, I'm afraid I can only capture you and send you to the Heavenly Illumination sect for them to punish you. You think you can do that? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qian Shuhuan's words. Then he smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, there was a whoosh sound. Divine energy swept out from his body. The aura of a lower deity was also released at the right time, causing the eyes of the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu, to flicker. He really broke through and became a deity. Meng Qiyu remembered that the person in front of him had not become a deity when they met 3 months ago. Now, he had really become a deity. It was obvious that he had reached the final step 3 months ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to successfully break through in such a short time after consuming the Transcendence Pill. A lower deity wants to attack a higher deity? Now, whether it was the Meng family, the Cloud Morning sect, the Celestial Martial sect, or the Qian family, they could not help but secretly shake their heads. Some of them could not help but smile mockingly. What? You're just a lower deity, and you want to attack me? Seeing Duan Lingtian glaring at him with divine energy sweeping out from his body as if he was about to attack, Qian Shuhuan could not help but laugh disdainfully. Young man, even if you're really a Heavenly Illumination sect disciple and Lord Yi Biyuan's disciple, it's no different from a lower deity's daydream if you want to defeat me. I'm a higher deity. Almost as soon as Qian Shuhuan's voice fell, waves of violent aura swept out from his body. After the divine power broke out of his body, it merged with the law of water, turning into a vast ocean that surrounded Qian Shuhuan's body. The profound aura of laws of nature also spread out in a timely manner. A higher deity? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with fighting spirit. He naturally knew that Qian Shuhuan was a higher deity. Long before Qian Shuhuan showed up and revealed his identity, he already knew that Qian Shuhuan was the Qian family's higher deity ancestor who had left Mountain Overlook City. However, it was precisely because his opponent was a higher deity that he intended to attack. Even those intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City were no match for him now. He could easily defeat them with the space laws of nature that he had comprehended. However, a higher deity was different. A higher deity's divine energy was one level stronger than an intermediate deity's. Therefore, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit now that he was facing a higher deity. Of course, he also knew in his heart, although Qian Shuhuan was a high-ranked deity, he was not as strong as the high-ranked deities in the Devata realms. In fact, any of the high-ranked deities in the Devata realms could easily defeat Qian Shuhuan. After all, the gods in the Devata realms had experienced the baptism of time. Therefore, the profundities they comprehended were much stronger than Qian Shuhuan, who grew up at the bottom of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian was surprised that Qian Shuhuan had only fused 2 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he had not fused any other profundities from the law of water. In fact, there was only one profundity that showed signs of fusing with another. With the profundities that Qian Shuhuan has comprehended, even if he's a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, he's destined to be cannon fodder in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel his heart twitch when he saw Qian Shuhuan use the water laws. Wasn't this too weak? Was his comprehension really that bad? Was this the strength of someone who had been a high-ranked deity for 10,000 years? Although Duan Lingtian underestimated Qian Shuhuan's profundities, he did not underestimate Qian Shuhuan's strength. After all, Qian Shuhuan was a high-ranked deity after all. After all, Qian Shuhuan's divine energy was 2 levels higher than Duan Lingtian's. If it was only a difference of 1 cultivation level, the difference would be limited. However, if it was 2 cultivation levels, it wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. The difference between the 2 cultivation levels could be said to be multiplied by several times. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Qian Shuhuan at all. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9-dimensional profundities flew out of the spatial rifts and merged with Duan Lingtian's divine energy and the other profundities from the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, they transformed into a huge gray saber. Buzz. The huge saber tore through the void and appeared in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, it fused with 2 other profundities from the law of space. Teleportation profundities, transportation profundities, dimensional profundities, and magnetic storm profundities. The fusion of 4 profundities, coupled with Duan Lingtian's divine energy, displayed an extremely powerful force. How is this possible? Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian made his move, the smile on Qian Shuhuan's face froze. His face and eyes were filled with panic and disbelief. Heavens! What did he just see? Qian Shuhuan, a low-rank deity, had fused 4 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, it was the fusion of 4 profundities from the law of space. As far as he knew, the most outstanding young prodigy disciple in the Heavenly Illumination sect was no better than Qian Shuhuan. However, Qian Shuhuan did not comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws but one of the 5 elemental laws. In terms of difficulty, it was far less difficult to comprehend than the law of space. Moreover, the most outstanding young prodigy disciple in the Heavenly Illumination sect was said to be a rare prodigy that only appeared once every 10,000 years. The Heavenly Illumination sect had high hopes for Qian Shuhuan and felt that he had the highest chance of becoming a god emperor. It had been many years since a god emperor had appeared in the Heavenly Illumination sect. The god emperor expert of the past had also disappeared. No one knew if he had died or was hiding somewhere. Qian Shuhuan did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly made his move. Azure energy gathered around him and swept out, turning into a waterspout that swept toward Duan Lingtian's attack. He did not use his divine weapon. This was because he knew that if Qian Shuhuan was really a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect and was a disciple of Lord Yi Beiyuan, the divine weapon in his hand would definitely be much stronger than his. Qian Shuhuan had not used his divine weapon yet. If he used it recklessly and Qian Shuhuan used it too, he would be the one to suffer. Boom. Rumble. The attack of the waterspout swept out like a water dragon tearing through the sky, and it moved menacingly. Everywhere it passed, water mist sprayed out in all directions, and it even caused some Qian clan disciples with comparatively lower cultivations to retreat hastily. Buzz. Duan Lingtian's space saber gleam had also arrived and met the waterspout. Swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's space saber gleam sliced the waterspout into two from top to bottom. Just as the waterspout was about to merge back together, the violent space energy forcefully blasted it away. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a series of noises, countless splashes of water shot out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, these splashes of water were no different from ferocious hidden weapons. They were so shocked that they hurriedly blocked them. At this moment, the Qian family patriarch and the other divine beings of the Qian family who were present not only protected themselves but also Qian Fei and the rest of the Qian family members who had yet to become gods. Chapter 36:13. Everything happened too quickly. Even Qian Yuejin, Qian Qiu, and the other lesser deities only came back to their senses after Duan Lingtian and Qian Shuhuan had exchanged blows. As soon as they came back to their senses, they hurriedly blocked the water droplets that were shooting toward them. The water droplets shot out one by one at such a speed that only the few lesser deities could see them clearly. The group of beings who had yet to become gods could not even catch the trajectory of the water droplets. They could only hear the sound of the water droplets tearing through the air that was getting closer and closer. But it was because it was simply too fast. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the water droplets landed on the defensive light shield cast by the few lesser deities, it caused the defensive light shield to tremble as though it could collapse at any time. During this process, all the lesser deities looked extremely solemn as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Splat. Just as the storm in the eyes of the lesser deities present stopped, a crisp sound entered their ears, causing them to instinctively look toward the source of the sound. With just a glance, they saw the Qian family's elder ancestor, Qian Shuhuan, standing there with his face as pale as a sheet. His right arm had been chopped off at the shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out from it, and it took a while for the bleeding to stop. For a moment, Qian Shuhuan looked extremely disheveled. At the sight of this, they could not help but gasp. A higher deity was defeated by a lesser deity? Is this for real? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. In the entire Tonglung province, perhaps only the most outstanding young geniuses in Tonglung province could possibly possess the strength of a lesser deity. Even someone like Qian Shuhuan, right? Fortunately, just when the group of lesser deities, including Qian Yuejin, gasped and were indescribably shocked, Qian Shuhuan had also recovered from his fright. After taking a glance at his severed arm, not only was he not enraged, but he instead heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile of having survived a calamity. At the same time, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face was full of reverence and he bowed. Thank you, young Master Duan, for showing mercy. Right now, Qian Shuhuan only felt that the clothes on his back were completely soaked. That was the cold sweat that came out of his body from the fright. At that moment, he thought he was dead for sure. However, he did not expect that at the critical moment, the remaining power of the spatial saber light would change direction in time and miss his vital point, cutting off one of his arms. He knew in his heart that the person opposite him had shown mercy. Now, do you still want to capture me and send me to the Heaven Illumination sect so they can punish me? In response to Qian Shuhuan's thanks, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Although this Qian Shuhuan was the strongest person he had encountered since coming to the Shengang land this time and was even a higher deity, his comprehension of the laws of nature was too inferior. Therefore, even if he only used the law of space that he had comprehended, he still easily defeated Qian Shuhuan. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. In the realms of gods, there were many deities who grew up with golden spoons in their mouths. However, due to their limited comprehension, they did not comprehend the laws of nature that were worthy of their cultivation base, even though their cultivation base was blessed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Any lesser deity who came to the realms of gods from the Devata realms could easily defeat or even kill an intermediate deity from a remote place in the realms of gods. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had defeated a higher deity today. Although his opponent did not use a divine weapon from the beginning until the end, did he use one? Moreover, his trump card was not as simple as a divine weapon. "Young Master Duan, please don't make fun of me," Qian Shuhuan said with a wry smile on his face. "With your innate talent and comprehension, as long as you're willing to join us, let alone the Heaven Illumination sect, even the strongest forces in Tonglung province would do their best to nurture you. However, I never imagined that after Lord Yi Biyuan's beloved disciple perished 30 years ago, he would actually find such a monstrous disciple like young Master Duan. Looks like Lord Yi Biyuan has profited from a disaster." When Qian Shuhuan finished speaking, he did not forget to flatter Duan Lingtian as he lamented over his consecutive victories. Of course, although there was a hint of flattery, Qian Shuhuan's words were from the bottom of his heart. This was because Duan Lingtian was more outstanding than the strongest person among the younger generation in the Heaven Illumination sect. At the very least, that was what Qian Shuhuan thought if the rumors were true. After all, he had only heard of the prodigy from the Heaven Illumination sect but had never seen him before. "Does this mean you don't intend to interfere in this matter?" Although Duan Lingtian could still hold his ground if he said he was not a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. He was too lazy to waste his breath explaining himself. As long as the outcome was what he wanted, the process was not important. "I won't interfere. I won't interfere." Qian Shuhuan shook his head repeatedly. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the Qian family before his eyes finally landed on Qian Yuejin. His expression darkened as he said coldly, "I didn't expect the Qian family to be so short-sighted. No matter who it is, as long as they offend you, young Master Duan, you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, all of you can forget about acknowledging me as your ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, before the people from the Qian family could react, Qian Shuhuan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left in a hurry. He was afraid that this monstrous lesser deity would be enraged by Qian Fei and change his mind to kill him. Now, he was already very lucky to be alive. As for the Qian family, although it was possible that Duan Lingtian would destroy them, he could not care less. In his eyes, his own life was far more important than his family. Qian Shuhuan left as quickly as he came. Almost immediately after Qian Shuhuan left, the people present regained their senses. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Yanyu, was the first to move. In a flash, he had already arrived behind Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the patriarch of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, and shouted sternly, "Qian Yuejin, if you and the Qian family really want to protect Qian Fei today, I, Meng Yanyu, and even the Meng family will destroy your Qian family." As soon as Meng Yanyu spoke, the expressions of Qian Yuejin and the people from the Qian family changed. At the same time, Sima Kongming, the sect leader of the Yunshan sect, and Zhao Yifeng, the sect leader of the Celestial sect, stood behind Duan Lingtian and glared at Qian Yuejin. "Qian Yuejin, hand over Qian Fei, or the Yunshan sect will destroy your Qian family. Qian Yuejin, hand over Qian Fei, or the Celestial sect will destroy your Qian family." In Mountain Overlook City, the Qian family, the Meng family, the Yunshan sect, and the Celestial sect were the four strongest forces. Now, the leaders of the three forces were standing behind a young man who was previously unknown in Mountain Overlook City. They were standing up for him and jointly attacking the Qian family. At the same time, the Meng family mansion. Three figures flew out of the Meng family mansion. They were two middle-aged men and an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. "It's the ancestor." Many members of the Meng family were shocked when they saw the old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. The ancestor hasn't gone out for more than 100 years, right? Why did he suddenly go out today? The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was the only intermediate deity in the Meng family. Of course, the reason there was only one intermediate deity was not because the Meng family only had one intermediate deity and no one stronger. Instead, it was because the four forces of Mountain Overlook City had an agreement that higher deities were not allowed to interfere in the conflicts between the forces. Even among intermediate deities, only one intermediate deity could interfere. Therefore, each of the four forces only left one intermediate deity to oversee their clan or sect. The other intermediate deities and higher deities had all left their respective clans and sects to seek fortuitous opportunities in the outside world. This was because it was difficult for them to make any progress if they stayed in Mountain Overlook City. If they ventured out, they might still have a glimmer of hope of becoming a godly king. Even though no godly king expert had ever appeared in the history of the four forces, they still harbored great enthusiasm and hot-bloodedness to strive for the godly king realm. No matter who it was, once they became a godly king and returned, the force they belonged to would become the sole master of Mountain Overlook City. It was not just the Meng family mansion. The intermediate deities of the Cloud Morning sect and the Celestial sect had also left their respective sects and headed straight to the Qian family mansion after receiving the message from their respective sect masters. Master, we can't protect the second young master. Master, let the second young master bear the consequences of the trouble he created alone. He can't be a burden to everyone in the family. Master, at a time like this, one wrong step and will be doomed eternally. To the Qian clan, the threat of the three major factions was nothing. They even ignored it. What they truly cared about now was the attitude of this purple-clad young man before them. After all, he was someone who had defeated even their Qian clan's higher deity ancestor. Perhaps, even their Qian family's strongest higher deity ancestor would only be able to fight him to a draw. Taking a step back, even if their Qian family's strongest higher deity ancestor had the ability to kill the purple-clad young man, he would not dare to do so. This was because the purple-clad young man was a disciple of the Heaven Illumination sect. Moreover, based on the talent and comprehension he displayed, he was definitely a prodigious disciple that the Heaven Illumination sect valued the most. If anything happened to such a prodigious disciple, the Heaven Illumination sect would seek revenge in a frenzy. That was not something the Qian family could afford. Upon hearing the Qian family's words, the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, had a bitter expression on his face. A hint of despair flashed across his eyes. He originally thought he had a chance to protect his most beloved son, but he did not expect that just as the flame of hope rose, it would be ruthlessly extinguished. Now, even if the Qian family did not plead for him, he would not be able to protect his son. Just as Qian Yuejin was about to look at his son, Qian Fei, three figures appeared like phantoms. Meng Jinhua of the Meng family greets young Master Duan. Yu Shuahan of the Cloud Morning sect greets young Master Duan. Ouyang Wudi of the Celestial sect greets young Master Duan. Accompanying the arrival of the three figures were three voices filled with respect and reverence. Chapter 36:14. A green-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood there proudly like an otherworldly expert. A young man in a snow-white robe had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life added a peculiar charm to him. A middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist was dressed in a long grayish-brown robe. He had a square face and a pair of eyes that were as big as copper gongs, giving off an invisible deterrence. The three of them were three of the four strongest intermediate deities in Mountain Overlook City. Meng Jinhua of the Meng family, Yu Shuahan of the Morning Cloud sect, Ouyang Wudi of the Celestial sect. The three of them and the intermediate deity of the Qian family. Although the people of Mountain Overlook City knew of their existence, they had not appeared in public for a long time. No one had expected three of them to appear at this time. Moreover, they appeared in a group. Young Master Duan, this is the Meng family's old ancestor and also our intermediate deity. At the same time, Meng Nianyu, the patriarch of the Meng family, and the sect masters of the Morning Cloud sect and Celestial sect introduced the newcomers one after another. However, Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at the three intermediate deities from the three major forces indifferently before he shifted his gaze away. At the same time, he looked at Qian Fei, who seemed to be in a daze or in a state of shock. He did not know if he was looking at Qian Fei mockingly. Qian Fei's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. He stood there without any reaction for a long time. It was more like he was scared out of his wits. Qian Wuliang, why haven't you come out to greet young Master Duan? Do you think he's not worthy of your greeting? The intermediate deity of the Celestial sect, Ouyang Wudi, suddenly spoke. His voice spread throughout the entire Qian family mansion in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an angry voice came from within the Qian family mansion. Qian Wuliang, don't you dare slander me. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man in a long blue robe appeared in front of everyone. Qian Wuliang of the Qian family greets young Master Duan. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary face. There was nothing special about him. After he appeared, he immediately bowed to Duan Ling Tian. This Qian Wuliang was the intermediate deity of the Qian family. Ancestor. When Qian Wuliang bowed to Duan Ling Tian, someone from the Qian family stood up and said angrily, Qian Fei killed the innocent and should be punished. Ancestor, please judge clearly. Ancestor, Qian Fei can't stay. Old ancestor, please investigate thoroughly. The members of the Qian family who spoke up now seemed to be afraid that the head of the Qian family, Qian Yuejin, would protect Qian Fei. They all pleaded with Qian Wuliang. Although Qian Wuliang wasn't the patriarch of the Qian family, he was the only intermediate deity in the Qian family in Mountainside City. Therefore, his position in the Qian family was above that of the patriarch, and he played the role of a retired emperor. In the Qian family, he could still refute the family head's words. However, no one could refute his words, and no one dared to. Young Master Duan. When Qian Wuliang looked at the clan leader of Qian clan, Qian Yujin, with a frown on his face, Qian Yujin knew even the old ancestor had misunderstood him. He quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian and said respectfully, although Qian Fei is my son, he deserved to die for committing such heinous acts. Also, I, Qian Yuejin, failed to educate my son well. I'm willing to break one of my arms to comfort the souls of the Duan family's southern manor. Almost as soon as Qian Yuejin finished speaking, he raised his hand and chopped off his left arm. Swoosh! Fresh blood splattered all over Qian Fei's face. At this moment, Qian Fei shuddered and regained his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in fear and knelt down again. Young Master Duan, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I didn't kill anyone from the Duan family's southern manor with my own hands. It was Grandfather Chiu and the people from the Tai family village who did it. When they heard Qian Fei's words, everyone in the Qian family looked at him with disdain. Elder Qian Chiu must be blind to value him so much. Elder Qian Chiu was so nice to him, but in the end, he turned the tables on him. Ingrate. He's an ingrate. While everyone in the Qian family was feeling indignant for Qian Chiu sighed and stepped forward at the same time. He raised his hand and slapped Qian Fei's head, killing him and leaving his corpse intact. Then he stepped into the air, and in front of everyone in the Qian family and Duan Ling Tian, his body was completely enveloped by divine power. He then exploded and turned into ashes. After killing Qian Fei, Qian Chiu chose to commit suicide. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian did not say that he wanted his life, but he still committed suicide. Of course, although Duan Ling Tian did not say anything, he did not plan to let Qian Chiu go after Qian Fei died. If Qian Fei was the culprit, then Qian Chiu was an accomplice. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to let either of them go. Young Master Duan. At the same time, the Qian family patriarch, Qian Yuejin, who was secretly discussing with Qian Wuliang through voice transmission, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a respectful expression. He did not show any dissatisfaction that his most beloved son had died because of this person in front of him. Please wait for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Yuejin left under the puzzled gazes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. When Qian Yuejin returned again, it was already more than 10 breaths later. He respectfully handed a storage ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, there are 30,000 divine stones inside. It's a token of our Qian family's sincerity. Qian Yuejin was just discussing with Qian Wuliang whether they could pay to get rid of this calamity so that this malefic would forget his conflict and hatred with the Qian family. Even if Duan Lingtian did not touch the Qian family today, who knew if he would suddenly make a move on the Qian family in the future? Instead of waiting for the risk of being destroyed, it was better to pay a little money to get rid of this calamity. Thank you very much. Duan Lingtian did not decline the divine stones that Qian Yuejin handed over. The 30,000 divine stones showed the Qian family's sincerity. At the same time, it was also the first money he had earned after coming to the Shengang land. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Qian family. Thank you, young Master Duan. Qian Yuejin quickly bowed. This was what he and the Qian family wanted. Although Qian Wuliang and the other members of the Qian family were a little pained to lose 30,000 divine stones, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they all felt that the 30,000 divine stones were worth it. Only by paying to get rid of this calamity could they ensure the safety of the Qian family. The Meng family patriarch, Yunshan sect patriarch, and Celestial sect patriarch looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even the intermediate deities from the three clans looked astonished at this moment. They did not expect the Qian family to be so willing to pay 30,000 divine stones to get rid of this calamity. As forces of the same level, they knew that the Qian family could only take out a few tens of thousands of divine stones at most. It was almost impossible for them to take out more than 50,000 divine stones. But now, they took out 30,000 divine stones at once. Young Master Duan. While the 6 people with the highest positions in the Meng family, Yunshan sect, and Celestial sect were shocked, the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyo, looked at Duan Lingtian and said respectfully, I wonder if you have time to visit our Meng family? In the past, Meng Qiyo called Duan Lingtian, Young Lingtian. However, after seeing Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare to call him that anymore and changed the way he addressed him. All right. Just when the people of Yunshan sect and Celestial sect thought that Meng Qiyo was going to be rejected, they saw Duan Lingtian nod and agree. Instantly, the eyes of the 2 sect masters turned red. Why did they not take the initiative to invite this young Master Duan? They stood behind this young Master Duan earlier and made things difficult for the Qian family. They even called their intermediate gods over. Was it not to curry favor with this young Master Duan? But now, this young Master Duan was invited by the Meng family. This was not a good thing for their 2 sections. Young Master Duan. After asking for his ancestors' opinion, Sima Kongming, the sect master of Cloud Morning sect, was the first to speak. On behalf of Cloud Morning sect, I invite you to our encampment as a guest. Cloud Morning sect has already prepared 5,000 taels of divine stones as a meeting gift for you. As soon as Sima Kongming spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. To him, there was not much difference whether he went to the Meng family or Yunshan sect. This was because he only wanted to learn more about the situation outside through them. Now, he could get 5,000 divine stones if he went to Yunshan sect? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to agree to Sima Kongming's invitation, Zhao Yifeng, the sect master of Celestial sect, who had also received permission from his patriarch, spoke. Sima Kongming, do you look down on young Master Duan? You're only offering 5,000 divine stones? Our Sima family is willing to offer 10,000 divine stones as a meeting gift to invite young Master Duan to our Sima family as a guest. At the same time, Meng Qiyo was also paying attention to the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was slightly moved by the invitation of the 2 sects, he quickly contacted the Meng family leader and Meng family's patriarch through voice transmission. After getting permission from the 2 of them, he said to Duan Lingnan, Young Master Duan, I forgot to tell you earlier. Our Meng family has prepared 20,000 divine stones as a meeting gift for you. We're waiting for you to pay us a visit. 20,000 divine stones. The moment the Meng family spoke, the expressions of the people from Yunshan sect and Celestial sect changed slightly. They did not expect the Meng family to be willing to offer so many divine stones to invite Duan Lingtian over. As the saying went, human relations are higher than the heavens. Young Master Duan standing up for a small village like the Duan family's southern village meant that he was definitely not a heartless person. If he was really roped in by the Meng family, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for their two sections. Young Master Duan, our Yunshan sect, is willing to offer 25,000 divine stones as a meeting gift. The sect master of Yunshan's sect spoke again. Young Master Duan, our celestial sect. Just as the sect master of celestial sect was about to speak, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. There's no need for all of you to argue. How about this? Each of the three sects can prepare 20,000 divine stones as a meeting gift. I'll take turns to visit all three of your sections. As Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 36:15. Forces like the four major forces of Mountain Overlook City were considered low-tier forces in the entire Profound Handle land. However, it was precisely because they were low-tier forces that they did not have their own divine sense mines to mine. They could only exchange supreme-grade celestial crystals for divine stones in order to accumulate divine stone wealth. For a force like theirs, they also needed to spend a lot of money on everything. In the history of the existence of the four families, there were very few times when they had accumulated more than 50,000 divine stones. Now, regardless of whether they took out 20,000 or 30,000 divine stones, it would be a huge blow to any of them. The Qian family had taken out 30,000 divine stones because they were afraid the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple would settle the score with them. As for the Meng family, Morning Cloud sect, and Celestial sect, they did not offend him so naturally, they did not need to spend money to settle the score. However, all of them wanted to curry favor with this Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple. He was a lesser god after all. Even if he was a greater god from Mountain Overlook City, he would definitely become a big shot in Tonglung province in the future. Now, all of them wanted to establish a good relationship with him so that they could dominate Mountain Overlook City. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to say something like this. Duan Lingtian suddenly said something like this when they continued to send out invitations and increase the amount of gifts. There's no need for all of you to fight. How about this? Each of your three clans will prepare 20,000 divine stones as a welcome gift. At this moment, they had the urge to vomit blood. Was the Heavenly Illumination sect's disciple so shameless? However, faced with Duan Lingtian's words, it was impossible for them to refuse or even say that they wanted to take back the meeting gift they had offered. This was because it would definitely cause Duan Lingtian to be unhappy. This was a situation they did not want to see at all. The Meng family awaits young Master Duan's visit at any time. The Meng family's divine pill master, Meng Qiyu, forced a smile on his face as he spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian under the strange gazes of the patriarch and ancestor of the Meng family. However, when he turned around and left with the rest of the Meng clan, his expression was not very good. 20,000 divine stones was almost half of the Meng clan's current wealth, but now they had to give it away. Moreover, it would not bring any substantial benefits to the Meng clan. It was not just the people from the Meng family. Even the people from the Cloud Morning sect and the Celestial sect felt the same way. When they left, they greeted Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces, but inside, they were crying. No, they were bleeding. Even though I can't go through young Master Duan this time and become the sole ruler of Mountain Overlook City, it's still worth it to use 20,000 divine stones to get acquainted with such a talented young man. On the way back, Meng Qiyu realized that the Meng family members weren't in high spirits, so he comforted them. Think about it. A genius like young Master Duan will definitely become a big shot in our Tonglung province when he grows up. When that time comes, we'll use this good karma to ask him for something. He definitely won't refuse. Besides, we only have the chance to curry favor with such a big shot now. When he grows up, it'll be impossible for us to curry favor with him again. When they heard Meng Qiyu's words, the mood of the Meng family members improved slightly. This was because it made sense. A person like young Master Duan was indeed someone they could not afford to look up to now and would not be able to reach in the future. The people from the Cloud Mourning sect returned to the Cloud Mourning sect's encampment in silence. As for the people from the Celestial sect, they were led by the Celestial sect's old ancestor, Ouyang Wudi. He could not help but say, perhaps young Master Duan was just joking? He might not even come to the Celestial sect. If he doesn't come, we won't have to give him a greeting gift. Ouyang Wudi's words made the people from the Celestial sect feel lucky. However, when Duan Lingtian walked into the Celestial sect's encampment a few days later, their hopes were completely shattered. 20,000 divine stones were given away just like that. Next stop, the Cloud Mourning sect. Duan Lingtian stayed in the Celestial sect for a few days before he made his way to the Cloud Mourning sect's encampment. He had been staying in the Meng family for the past few days. In the Meng family, he had further speculated and understood some things. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the place he was in. Apart from that, he had also discussed the Tao of divine pills with the Meng family's divine alchemist, Meng Qiyu. The pill refinement method in the realms of gods was undoubtedly more profound than the pill refinement method he had mastered in the Devata realms. It could even be said that it was on a completely different level. It was almost impossible for him to refine divine pills using the pill refinement method he had mastered in the past. I wonder who passed down such a profound pill concoction technique. At that time, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Although Meng Qiyu was puzzled that Duan Lingtian did not know about this, he patiently explained, "It seems like young Master Duan didn't chat with the divine alchemists in your sect." The pill refinement method in the realms of gods was comprehended by supreme powerhouses when they visualized heaven and earth and passed down. After countless years of deductions and changes, the pill refinement method has given birth to many branches. For example, the branch I'm good at is the fire-gathering sect. It focuses on using the divine fire to forcefully suppress the essence of the medicinal herbs and condense them into pills. If the pills aren't formed, they'll turn into ashes. Of course, in this process, experience and skill are also important. During the last 2 days in the Meng family, Duan Lingtian listened to Meng Qiyu and gained a deeper understanding of the pill refinement method in the realms of gods. Although it was completely different from the pill refinement method in the Devata realms and the mundane realms, there were some similarities in some aspects. Duan Lingtian tested the pill refinement method in front of Meng Qiyu. Although his comprehension of the law of fire was not profound and he did not have much experience in pill refinement, Meng Qiyu was still amazed. Naturally, Meng Qiyu was shocked not only by Duan Lingtian's talent in alchemy but also by Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of fire. Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of fire was not inferior to his. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not usually comprehend the law of fire. Most of his comprehension of the law of fire was obtained in the secret chamber in the tidal temple in the Devata realms. During the few days in the Meng family, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time with Meng Qiyu. However, during the few days in the Celestial sect, he wandered around the Celestial sect's estate and secretly questioned some of the Celestial sect's disciples. From there, he gained a deeper understanding of the area around Mountainside City and Tonglung Province. In the beginning, the people from the Cloud Mourning sect did not take any chances. However, when Duan Lingtian did not come for a few days, many of them began to take chances. Was young Master Duan just joking that day? He did not intend to come to the Cloud Mourning sect to collect a greeting gift. Sect leader, it seems like we were too serious. Young Master Duan was just joking. In the main hall of the Cloud Mourning sect's estate, a Cloud Mourning sect's lesser deity sat on the lower seat and smiled as he spoke to Sima Kong Ming, the sect leader of Cloud Mourning sect. That's right. Another lesser deity nodded as well. I knew it. With young Master Duan's status, why would he covet a mere 20,000 divine stones? We've gauged the heart of a gentleman with our own mean measure. Sima Kong Ming nodded in agreement. The Heavenly Illumination sect's disciples are indeed noble. Almost as soon as Sima Kong Ming's words left his mouth, a voice resonated from outside at the right time. Sect leader, Young Master Duan, whom you told us not to neglect, is here. We've arranged for him to stay in the courtyard of the first guest room in the east wing. In the Cloud Morning sect, the guest rooms were divided into two areas. One was the east wing, and the other was the west wing. The west wing was usually used to receive ordinary guests. The east wing, on the other hand, was used to receive distinguished guests. If it was the other three great factions of power in Mountain Overlook City, even if they were the masters of their families and sects, even if they could stay in the east wing, they could only stay in the courtyards after the second guest room. As for the first courtyard, unless they were existences above the level of higher deities, Cloud Morning sect would not receive them there. Duan Lingtian could be said to be the first guest in the Cloud Morning sect who was only a lesser deity to be received in the courtyard of the first guest room in the east wing. Of course, the Cloud Morning sect leader had made such an arrangement many days ago because of Duan Lingtian's distinguished status and Duan Lingtian's strength. He was even stronger than the higher deities from Mountain Overlook City, such as Qian family's patriarch, Qian Shuhuan. Whether it was his status or his strength, Duan Lingtian was qualified to stay in the courtyard of the first east wing of the Cloud Morning sect. He's here. In the Cloud Morning sect's great hall, whether it was Sima Kongming, the sect leader, or the two Cloud Morning sect elders below him, their expressions changed drastically. It was an interesting sight to behold. Sima Kongming smiled wryly and said, "Looks like we overestimated the temptation of 20,000 divine stones." As for the two Cloud Morning sect elders, they could only smile wryly. They did not expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Duan Lingtian, who was in the courtyard of the first guest room in the east wing of the Cloud Morning sect, naturally did not know about the conversation between the three of them in the Cloud Morning sect's great hall. Presently, Duan Lingtian was leisurely lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard of the number 1 guest room in the east wing of the Cloud Morning sect, and he was leisurely basking in the sun. Whereas at his side, a young girl that was dressed like a servant girl was helping him peel grapes before sending them into his mouth, whereas another servant girl was helping him massage his shoulders. These two maids were naturally arranged by the Cloud Morning sect to stay in the courtyard of the first guest room. Only the courtyard of the first guest room had such an arrangement. The two girls were not women of low birth. They were the descendants of two sect elders from the sect master of Cloud Morning clan. The reason they were allowed to stay here was because they wanted them to use their lifelong happiness as a price to develop a relationship with Cloud Morning clan. If Duan Lingtian took them with him when he left, it would naturally be related to the Cloud Morning sect. Chapter 36:16. Did you just say that you're the great-granddaughters of the Cloud Morning sect's elder? After Duan Lingtian ate another grape, he squinted his eyes and crossed his legs to bask in the sun as he lazily asked the two young maidservants beside him. Yes. The young girl who was massaging Duan Lingtian's shoulders nodded. Young Master Duan, I'm the great-granddaughter of the Cloud Morning sect's third elder. My name is Lu Hua. Young Master Duan, I'm the great-granddaughter of the Cloud Morning sect's seventh elder. My name is Yuan Meng. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard the two young girls' words. You're the direct descendants of an elder in the Cloud Morning sect. You're actually allowed to be maidservants here? Is this how your ancestors let you experience life? Young Master Duan, little Meng and I just came here before you. The sect leader arranged for us to serve you. Lu Hua was a young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was pretty, and when she smiled, the two dimples on her cheeks made her look even more charming. Usually, even if it's the first east courtyard, the maidservants arranged for us are only the outer sect elders people. We were specially arranged to come here because you're coming, young Master Duan. Lu Hua did not seem to have anything to worry about as she directly stated her intentions. Young Master Duan, when you leave, you must take us with you. Otherwise, the two of us will be randomly betrothed to someone we don't like. At this moment, Yuan Meng also looked at Duan Lingtian pitifully. Any ordinary man would find it hard to reject such a moving appearance. However, was Duan Lingtian an ordinary man? Although he was not old, he was already the father of 2 children. Moreover, the reason he came to the mystic gangland in the Plains of Gods in advance was because of his wife. He was not a hothead. However, at this moment, he also guessed the Cloud Morning sect's intention. They wanted to push these 2 young girls to him so that he would be related to the Cloud Morning sect. This way, the Cloud Morning sect would have him as their backer in the future. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you be randomly betrothed to someone you don't like, Duan Lingtian said to the 2 women. When the 2 women heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes lit up. They subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was going to take them away. Originally, they were a little resistant to being ordered to serve the person in front of them, but orders were greater than the heavens. Morning Cloud sect had placed high hopes on them, so they, who had been brainwashed since they were young, could not refuse such an order. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian himself, their eyes lit up. Such a handsome and good-tempered young man with such a noble status, such astonishing talent and comprehension. Following such a man, even if it was only as a concubine, to them, it would be a matter of reaching the heavens in a single bound. Besides, if they really got together with him, their families would be able to live a better life in Morning Cloud sect. To them, the sect was number 1, their family was number 2, and their personal freedom could only be ranked last. But even so, if they could follow someone they liked, their mood would definitely be better. It was also because Duan Lingtian did not know what the 2 women were thinking, or else he would definitely think that they were thinking too much. Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect, requests to see young Master Duan. A familiar voice came from outside. It was obvious that Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect, had arrived. Come in. Sima Kongming only dared to come in after Duan Lingtian greeted him. After coming in, he saw that Duan Lingtian was not disgusted by the 2 women serving him, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his way of doing things was right. Heroes had a weakness for the charms of beautiful women, and it had always been like this since ancient times. Young Master Duan, this is a gift from Morning Cloud sect to you. Sima Kongming took 2 steps forward and handed a storage ring with 20,000 godstones to Duan Lingtian. Although his heart was still bleeding, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might be related to Morning Cloud sect because of the 2 women in front of him, he felt better. At least, Morning Cloud sect would not be like Meng family and Celestial sect, who did not get anything substantial. As long as the 2 women of Morning Cloud sect followed this Heaven Illumination sect disciple, Morning Cloud sect would naturally benefit from his pillow talk in the future. Thank you, sect leader Sima. Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and thanked him repeatedly. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to bask in the sun. Sima Kongming, who had been standing for a while, could only leave awkwardly. Before he left, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to the 2 women to serve Duan Lingtian well. If the conditions allowed, take him as soon as possible. After Sima Kongming left, the 2 women looked at each other. Then, they looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Young Master, Heaven Illumination sect should be bigger than Morning Cloud sect, right? Yuan Meng asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. Heaven Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered that he had pretended to be a Heaven Illumination sect disciple. I'm not sure. However, as an Emperor God level sect, it's definitely bigger than Morning Cloud sect. It's just a question of how big it is. Not sure? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Yuan Meng and Yuan Meng. Young Master, aren't you a Heaven Illumination sect disciple? Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in the face of the 2 women's questions. He did not reply. However, even so, the 2 women still sent a voice transmission to inform Sima Kongming, the sect leader of Morning Cloud sect who had just left. However, Sima Kongming was stunned for a moment before he replied, Young Master Duan might not have returned to Heaven Illumination sect. After all, he was only accepted by Valley Master Yi Beiyuan of Heaven Illumination sect in the past 30 years. Moreover, with his innate talent and comprehension, even Heaven Illumination sect would fight to accept him as their disciple. I wish he wasn't a Heaven Illumination sect disciple. It would be even better if he was a disciple of one of the strongest Emperor God-level sects in Tunglung province. Perhaps you can persuade him to leave Heaven Illumination sect and join one of those Emperor God-level sects in the future. Although Heaven Illumination sect is also an Emperor God-level sect, there's still a huge difference between the current Emperor God-level sect and the Emperor God-level sect that had Emperor Gods in the past. Sima Kongming did not even consider that Duan Lingtian was a fake Emperor God-level sect disciple. After all, it was not a big deal even if he was a fake. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension with his own eyes. He had defeated Qian Shuhuan, the Qian family's elder ancestor, who was a higher deity. Qian Shuhuan was an outstanding figure among the Qian family's older generation and had already become a higher deity 10,000 years ago. No matter how bad one's innate talent was, he would definitely have improved in 10,000 years. As long as such a talented young man did not die prematurely, he would definitely become an earth-shattering figure in Tunglung province in the future. If the two ladies of his Cloud Morning sect could follow such a person, it would only be beneficial to the Cloud Morning sect. Even if it was a gamble, he was willing to take it. After receiving Sima Kongming's reply, the two ladies by Duan Lingtian's side calmed down and immediately served Duan Lingtian even more diligently. During this process, the two ladies had also hinted to Duan Lingtian about some things. Although the two ladies were inexperienced, since they were prepared to follow Duan Lingtian, the Cloud Morning sect had also instructed some women in the sect to teach them beforehand. Therefore, they were not completely clueless in this regard. However, what made them feel helpless was that even after a few days, they still could not win over this seemingly amiable young man even after using all their skills. Whether the young man was lying down, sitting, or standing, he was like an old monk in meditation. He was not affected by them at all. This made them feel even more helpless. At the same time, they began to doubt their own charm. It's also time for me to leave. During the few days in the Cloud Morning sect, Duan Lingtian did not inquire about anything. Instead, he allowed himself to completely relax and enjoy the service of the two ladies. However, no matter how the two ladies hinted at him, he did not do anything out of line. His heart was as firm as a rock. How could it be shaken by two little girls? "Young master, what do we need to prepare?" Hearing Duan Lingtian say that he was going to leave, the two ladies' eyes lit up. Since they were young, the furthest place they had been to was some places in Mountain Overlook City. Until now, they had never left Mountain Overlook City. "You don't need to prepare." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I'll leave by myself." Duan Lingtian's words made the two ladies completely dumbfounded. Didn't he say that he would take them away? Why did he suddenly change his mind? "Young master, is it because we didn't do well that you're not willing to take us away?" Yuan Meng's eyes were red and she was about to cry. This was not an act because if they did not leave with Duan Lingtian, what awaited them would only be a marriage alliance. Moreover, with their status in the Cloud Morning sect, they could only marry those who were not as strong as the disciples of the Cloud Morning sect. Those disciples of the Cloud Morning sect were basically good-for-nothings and would not treat them sincerely. "Young master." Lu Hawa's eyes were also red. "Didn't you say that you won't let us marry someone we don't like? If you don't take us away, we won't be able to control our own destiny." Hearing the two ladies' words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll see your sect master one last time. As long as I say the word, he won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, when I come to the Cloud Morning sect in the future, he and the entire Cloud Morning sect will regret it." Although Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face from the beginning to the end as he spoke, his voice revealed waves of coldness. When the two ladies heard this, their hearts were filled with warmth. They should have been happy, but at the same time, they felt a little disappointed. Only then did they realize that in the past few days, they had already developed a good impression of this almost perfect young man. When Sima Kongming, the sect master of Cloud Morning sect, heard Duan Lingtian's words, although he felt bitter in his heart, he still agreed repeatedly. He knew that his honey trap had failed in the end. Aside from that, he did not dare to ignore the others' instructions before he left. Otherwise, when the other party came again in the future, not only would he be in trouble, Cloud Morning's sect would also be in trouble. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.